Bom dia, pessoal.
Good morning.
Bom dia a todos, a todas e a
Good
todes.
morning, everyone. I am Adriano Pedrosa. I'm the artistic director of the Museum of Art of São Paulo, MASP. And straight from California, here we have Julia Bryan Wilson. She is the adjunct curator for modern and contemporary art at MASP. Together, we have organized this seminar along with Guilherme Gilfrida, the curatorship assistant in the communication department, and André Mesquita, who's part of the mediation department and coordinates that. This seminar is quite special to us. I've been in the museum for the past 6 years now, and this project is truly special. We've been working on this for quite a long time. A lot of discussion went into this project, and finally last year we decided that in 2024 we're going to be focusing on queer histories, and Julia will give you more information on that in a few moments. So this is the very first seminar we put together. We should have 3 other sessions, one in 2021, one in 2022, and another one in 2023. So this is the first one. For those of you who follow the museum's agenda, you know that these seminars are organized before the exhibits. So there will be an exhibit on queer histories that will go about in 2024, and there will also be a text anthology that will be published by then. Many of you already know what our program is like, but I think it's important to highlight that since we may have newcomers and since we may have foreign colleagues who are watching us. So let me tell you what happens in the museum and the museum's program. Since 2018, we've been developing different exhibits and programs on different histories. These histories are connected to social, political issues. We're talking about relevant topics in the current moment in time. The idea is not to focus on the traditional history of art. Of course, traditional art is part of our history, but all throughout the year, we focused on traditional stories. So in 2016, we decided to organize new histories. We had histories of childhood. Back in the day, we were trying things out, we were experimenting. So there was this collective exhibit that was named Histories of Childhood. We had the playground seminar, and we also organized some workshops. In any case, in 2016, there was no anthology of texts. In 2017, we did. We organized the anthology. So all throughout 2017, we developed the Histories of Sexuality project. There were 3 seminars prior to the exhibit. And of course, LGBTQIA+ stories, queer stories were mentioned in 2017, and this is the anthology of the Histories of Sexuality project. So this is the first anthology we put together. Many of the talks were organized into these books, and we also selected some important texts which were not previously available in Portuguese about the topic. So in 2018, we organized the Afro-Atlantic Histories. We spent the whole year trying to discuss the relations between Africa, the Americas, Europe, and the Caribbean region. This is the anthology on that, which was a very interesting project. Histories of Sexuality and histories and Afro-Atlantic histories anthologies have run out, but we are planning on issuing new editions on that. In 2019,
Histórias da sexualidade, a gente organizou
we organized feminist histories seminars, and this is the anthology of texts. That was a result of that. In 2020, we organized Histories of Dance, and Julia Bryan Wilson is one of the co-organizers of this anthology right here. And in 2021/2022, we will be focusing on Brazilian histories. The anthology should be out by next year. Lilia Schwartz, the adjunct curator for this project, is one of the organizers of this event and the anthology. In 2023, we're going to have the Indigenous Histories project. We've seen some delays because of the pandemic, but finally in 2023, we should focus on Indigenous histories. And finally, in 2024, we should focus on queer histories. And for 2025, histories of ecology, and 2026, histories of delirium and madness. Well, this history series for us is quite special. We have a particular take on that. The idea of histories here, or stories rather, is a concept that we use to cater for different narratives, political, economic, and social narratives, as well as micro and macro perspectives. We also want to look at canonic perspectives. Of course, this is an art museum, so we want to look at art as well. Now, the history of art is just one more layer to all those other layers we're looking at. As far as we can see, these stories are not permanent. These stories are always under construction. They are not totalizing stories. So therefore, they're open, diverse, inclusive, and plural stories. And that concept is embedded within our mission as a museum. In 2017, this mission was restated. And our mission states that MASP is a diverse, inclusive, and plural museum. And that is our task. We have to develop program and collections that are indeed more plural, diverse, and that cater to diverse, inclusive, and plural audiences. I'm talking about internal and external audiences. Now, we are still to meet this goal. We are surely going after that. And these programs, these seminars are part of this intent. I think this year will be truly pivotal for us in that regard. Now, I wanted to quickly explain to you how we organize these exhibits. 2020 was a very particular year, and 2021 has also been a particular year because of the pandemic, but in general terms, we organize 9 or 10 individual exhibitions in the museum, and they're all somehow connected to the stories I mentioned, Afro-Atlantic stories, queer stories, and so forth. We also organize 5 exhibits in the video room, and we have a core exhibition with the same title. So aside from the anthology of texts, the exhibit Queer Stories will be at the core of the museum. This will be a collective exhibition. We're talking about 300 to 500 works of art. In 2018, we partnered up with Tomiotake Institute for the Afro-Atlantic Stories. So this exhibition was hosted simultaneously in these two institutions. These exhibitions are not organized according to different territories, timeline, or traditional concepts from art. We're not a typical modern and contemporary art museum. We have pre-Columbian art works in our museum, so we do have works from other centuries other than 20th and 21st. So we do have some pieces from the 18th, 19th centuries, but these nuclei are not divided chronologically according to history or geographies. We really want to be plural, and we want to show the extent of diversity in these different pieces. Well, I think that's it. That's what I had in store for you. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. I want to especially voice my thanks to our speakers. Thank you, Nancy Guzman, Ondine Chavoyo, Jeffrey Gibson, Nicolas Coelho, Carlos Mota, Mel Chen, and Victor Grunwald, who will be speaking today. Tomorrow, we're going to have one more session. So thank you to Luisa Ferreira Lima, Bruna Young, Patrick Johnson, Virginia de Medeiros, Tavia Nyong'o, Erica Sarme. And I also want to thank the mediators, Davi Ribeiro, Curator Assistant, Isabella Rigelli, Curator, Leandro Moniz, Curator Assistant, and Guilherme Gilfrida, who is Assistant Curator in Communication, and he will be mediating the first roundtable. Now, before handing the floor over to him, I would like to hand it over to Julia Bryan Wilson. Good morning, Julia. I know it's early in the morning where you are, right? In California. How are you?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Hi, I'm Julia Bryan Wilson, the Adjunct Curator of Modern and Contemporary Art at MASP and a Professor of Art History at UC Berkeley. I want to give my thanks to the whole MASP team for helping organize this, including Guilherme and Andre, and a special shout out to all of the translators who are working really hard over the next 2 days to provide such amazing translation services for everyone. I think that you can see already, you've probably figured out that you can click on the globe icon at the bottom of your screen to choose the language that you are listening to. Our speakers will be speaking in a range of languages today, English, Spanish, and Portuguese, which will add immensely to the scope of our topic, which itself is one that is quite difficult to translate. For the word in Portuguese, diversidade or diversity is not the equivalent of the English word queer, and we'll be exploring questions of marginal or non-dominant sexualities and genders, and the slippages between the umbrella term queer and words such as lesbian, gay, homosexual, bisexual, asexual, etc., and how queer has come to encompass a range of genders, including trans identities, non-binary, and gender non-conforming activism, and other gender indigenous histories, which are each distinct, but all of which challenge hegemonic constructions of heterosexuality and the strict male-female binary, which is itself a legacy of colonization. In the US context, the word diversity has become a rather bland institutional word. And in some ways, so has the word queer. We are in the middle in the US of Pride Month. I think it's Pride Month in Brazil as well. And sometimes that has become a really commercial corporate enterprise. But regardless of the exact word we use, we're here to think together about some of the radical histories around how norms of gender and sexuality are constructed, enforced, and often ruthlessly policed in tandem with other systems of oppression, such as colonialism, racism, and patriarchy. So with that said, I'll hand things over to the first speaker, and just once again, welcome to all the speakers and to you, the audience.
Muito obrigado, Júlio. Agora
Thank you very much, Julia. With that, we'll hand it over to Guilherme Gilfrida. assistant curator for communications, and he's one of the co-organizers of this event. He will be mediating the first roundtable. Good morning, Guilherme. Good morning, Adriano. Good morning, Julia. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this first Queer Histories seminar. My name is Guilherme Gilfrida. I'm an assistant curator at MASP. I'm also one of the organizers of this event, and I'll be mediating the first session. Before we begin, I wanted to give you some practical information on the session, and I wanted to introduce our speakers as well. Let me tell you how this will work. This is a virtual seminar because of the pandemic. You can watch it on YouTube. You can choose your language. You can choose either English, Portuguese, or Spanish. And you can also select the original channel. You can also watch the talks in the speaker's original language. At the end of each of the sessions, you can ask your questions using the chat box on YouTube. We will be selecting those questions and we'll be addressing those as much as possible. We'll have 30 minutes for questions at the end. In the morning, we begin at 11, and in the afternoon, we begin at 2 p.m. Lunchtime goes from 12:30 to 2. Now, many people ask us about the certificate. The Google form you filled out with your information will be used so that we can issue your certificates. We'll be sending you the link to that form in the chat box in a few minutes. So if you need a certificate, please make sure you fill that out. Now, today is Pride Day. On MASP's social media, we have been focusing on that. And that's why we're here today. It's not by chance that we chose this day to host the seminar. So we're celebrating Pride today, which is so important for everyone. We'll be talking about visual arts. And with that, let's begin the first session. We'll hear from Nancy Garin Guzman. Nancy is an independent journalist, art researcher, and curator. She works in projects related with critical thinking, new pedagogies, archives, memory, and decolonialism. She was part of the artist groups Etc. and La Internacional Errorista, as well as the research group Peninsula, Procesos Coloniales y Prácticas Artísticas y Curatoriales. She participates in the research and production platforms Equipo Re, with which she has been developing the project Anarquivo SIDA, which is available at the anarquivosida.org website since 2013, and the Espectros del Urbano, which you can access at the puntorojo.org, an initiative that approaches the urban as part of the colonial machinery and the predatory capitalist processes. So this is the first speaker. I'll ask her to turn on her cam. Over to you, Nancy.
Muchísimas gracias. Espero, intentar ser lo más
Thank you very much. I hope to be as brief as possible because 10 minutes for all this is a bit complicated, but I'm going to try it. Well, first of all, I want to talk about my work, especially archives and memories. And this is why I was invited to the seminar. It's a vital link of memories and counter narratives, especially in Latin America. And this has to do with a vital link because I'm Chilean and life in the dictatorship and in the democratic transitions have made me try to know more about these counter narratives that have been erased by the hegemonic memory. On the other hand, my link with human rights movements in the 90s with the democratic transition in Chile also has been a space to construct counter narratives, as well as my relationship with the Etc. collective, that I lived in Argentina, and I work until to them today. And here we think about human rights thought as something that's broader. It's a place, contra-hegemonic struggle against capitalism and an emancipatory struggle. Today, I live in Barcelona. I've been 12 years here in this territory, and maybe this distance has made me think again about these conditions in which the South territories have been built in the last 50 years with the idea of a memory that has erased other memories. And how, as of the 90s, and after the democratic transitions in the countries that lived under dictatorship, but also in the countries that lived in authoritarian democracies, and without the modern utopias of the West, defeated by the bureaucratic central mechanism of the Soviet Stalinism, the 90s, it seems possible to have an alternative political construction. So, and from this space that has to do with the social gender dissidents, wants to recover the memory that was erased or that the hegemonic powers tried to erase. So I've become more closer to the queer theory and feminism to try to recover these counter narratives in the context of the Spanish states at the end of the dictatorship and in the democratic transition in Spanish. And this made me realize the power that these movements of sexual dissidents, especially the homosexual movements in the entire Spain, in the fight against dictatorship, and also in the struggle against the new global world order. So in this search, in this investigation process, I also saw the emergence of a series of research and in relevance of the archives, especially for culture and what has to do with the art.
We're thinking from this hegemonic place and not a linear narrative, and the idea of archives. So you have the idea already of a unique element, of a normative element that is useful for a certain moment when we're trying to build that kind of structure. So from that, and I'm saying here that this is our element because it is a collective group really for research, which is the RE group. It is called RE. So I am not the only person, of course, who is working with that. It is really a collective. It is really a group. I am working with Valdez and many others. So it is a collective for research. It's been growing a lot. It's a lot of people that enter the group. And we decided to start working on how it would be possible to build this counter narrative and also work with the archives that came from the space of art and culture. Well, the idea of an archive as a possibility seemed like a real possibility, seemed like something that had to do with the queer ideas. And it seemed to be also a possibility that somehow would resist to the normative, or it would have this possibility of bringing all the history and the counter narratives as well. I'm not sure I can change my slides. Let me double check. Doesn't seem to be working. Let me see. Now it seems like it's working. Okay, so this is us, the red group, Linda, Valdez, the red group. So when we were researching about the counter narratives at the end of the Franco dictatorship in Spain, AIDS became sort of an issue that it was difficult to discuss. It still had this very heavy load, of something that was new and something that hadn't been discussed. So we had this possibility of having more freedom after the dictatorship, but at the same time, it was complicated. It was something that was starting to be discussed, and it was a huge cause for death at the time. So we needed to change that. We noticed that we didn't have that kind of report anywhere. We had this narrative that was already advanced in terms of what had happened around the world, especially in the US or in some places of Europe. So we noticed that that was something that had some potential, not just for dissident groups, but also for transversal issues that came after the dictatorship in Spain. Parallel to that, I came from this 90s generation that had to somehow align with the new model in the territory that is now called Chile. So we found many different parallels between those narratives, of course, given the right proportions, or considering the right proportions. But now this is a photography of the movement that we had in Chile. This is one of the pictures in the archives that we have. This is one of the first manifestations or demonstrations that we had for HIV, for AIDS in Chile. So this goes beyond identity. It really brings the whole potential of queer. I mean, going beyond just one issue. It is a cross element idea. So we started with the Anarchivo SIDA project that started in 2013 with that name, with that very name, and we're still working on that project. It is a project that, in effect, is going to focus on how that juxtaposition is going to work. I mean, the reality of AIDS in our territory, in Chile, and the South, and the Southern Cone, basically, and also the new model of capitalism in this neoliberal structure. So we have to see it from a social, economical, political perspective, and how that works with globalization, the way we call it. So we see that this alignment, this cross-element idea that we have with the three subjects, it would make you think about what was happening. So we started to research through this project. We wanted to work with many people who were not simply at a library looking at reports that wouldn't be organic. On the contrary, it had to be very organically planned. So activists and researchers and other people in the group, they had to have this trust, this very good relationship among themselves, so that we can go really beyond the logic of research here. So it's kind of a huge family, I would say, working on this project for around 9 years now. So Still on that, thinking about the materials, thinking about the archives, there have been many narratives that we built together. And we noticed that the fight of these organizations that go, against the established status quo or logic, they were trying to disassemble that political, economic, or social movement or status quo. So the fight for VIH and AIDS also has this economic perspective, of course, not just social or cultural or political. We're also talking about the economic aspects of it, of a new order. So that's what the movements were trying to discuss. The fight for the HIV/AIDS movement is very broad, I would say. It is not just connected to what seems obvious. At the end of the 80s or the 90s, we were thinking about the so-called risk groups, but we also tried to start going beyond that and looking at a problem that also has to do with, as I was saying, the political and social and economic aspects of it and many other factors involved. So it is a structure that will be, I would say, optimized by our research. We noticed that the movement was part of the great potential of our movement. The marches that we had at the end of the 90s in the HIV/AIDS demonstrations, they opened up a new way of thinking about politics. I would say that this is part of a more broad thing. As I was saying, we're thinking about the effective relationships. We're thinking about the interconnection of these narratives and counter narratives. We don't want them just to be a rhetoric that is in the memory of everyone. No, we want to activate that in the present. It is not simply a project that will make movements visible, but also activate permanently in the present all of them as a real live story. And it is not just kind of a storage for reports or for testimonials, because it is continuous. I mean, we want to continue to work with all of that, with this narrative somehow. As I was saying before, it is built on trust. We do not work on the concept of territory. I mean, it is not about borders. We want to work with different places. We have dedicated to a few places in the Spanish territory, and within those, there are some specific projects that work with artists' associations. Same thing in Chile. It is a very organic structure working with different artists and activists, especially. And of course, we have to consider each context to have the right movement. It is not just some kind of storage of documents. No, we are building and also deconstructing things accordingly if necessary. So we work with texts and different documents and discussions. So those documents are in the personal archives that we have. And in this permanent dialogue with the agents, with the artists, with the activists, we disassemble all that if necessary according to the context. Well, very quick examples now because we don't have much time. I just wanted to mention two examples really that kind of show that cross-element idea. In the south of Chile, there is something that started in the 80s, where the dimension of health related to HIV and AIDS, it was thought as a systemic element, also connected to capitalism factors. So we want to disassemble all that. We want to disconnect all that. We wanted to think about health from a hegemonic standpoint and also sexuality from a different perspective. We don't want to see this as an element of politics. We want to go beyond and bring more visibility to the whole thing. Of course, we want to talk about prevention and care with the right language, because the language that we use to build the idea of HIV and AIDS is going to possibly change reality in that regard. Another project that I wanted to mention has to do with an artist from Andalusia in Spain, who unfortunately passed a few months ago, but he was connected to all this during the Franco dictatorship and in all of the movements against Franco in Spain. And he was also one of the leaders in the homosexual movement, as they called it, in Spain back in the 90s. He was connected to anti-colonialism, anti-imperialism movements, and of course, anti-capitalism. And in the past few decades, he has been working with dissident groups such as queer groups, etc. And the last project that I wanted to mention here, something that we've been working on for a while now, has to do with having queer as something that goes beyond identity, as I mentioned before. And this is the LGBTIQ plus in Quito, one of the projects that we had in Quito. We had a collective curatorship work there with Carrera and Valdez. Let me show you the slide here, just one second. Oh, I think I have stopped sharing. Let me double check. It is the LGBTI archive. Let me see if they can share screen again. But anyway, as I was saying, this project is something that we started around 2 years ago. Oh, now I have the images. Let me show you that. Just 1 minute.
Quizás la otra carpeta, ¿no? La dos.
It is actually the other folder, the one that says LGBTIQ plus files. If you can please share that one. Anyway, this was an exhibit that was shown. It was open for everyone. So back in 2019, that was shown, and somehow we were trying to show, from an archive standpoint, we were trying to show the global movement of LGBTQIA plus movements in different places. And we were able to have great curators. We had 22 propositions in that at the time. And again, we were trying to show memories and stories, both local or global or national or regional, for the LGBTQIA plus movement. And in this context, and sorry about that, I cannot show you my images. There it is. Excellent. Thank you. Let me just show you the right one that I wanted to show you. There it is. So there were 22 projects, as I was saying, that were magnificent. And we noticed that throughout all that time, with all that work, we had many relevant projects about the LGBTQIA plus movement, about the anti-capitalism, the anti-imperialism, the anti-patriarchy movements. Everything was under, that idea, that umbrella. And I just wanted to finally mention the Coccinelli project, the collective that was also in the exhibit. Coccinelli is, I would say, a contemporary movement of the former Coccinelli project that was in Ecuador, in Quito, more specifically. And they fought from the 80s until the 90s to depenalize homosexuality. And that country. And Coccinelli was able to have great progress in 1997. They were able to accomplish that, and it shows us the importance of having archives and archives, I would say, nowadays. How can we activate all that? Now, again, Coccinelli started the same year that we were, building that exhibit, and they started to sue the government in Ecuador because of some issues, because of some things that happened in 1984 and 1985. In Latin America, we were suffering with the dictatorship and also Cordero's government in Ecuador. Then in 1984, and actually until 2008, we had important figures of violations against human rights. So they were fighting against that. And in that period of time, there was a lot of prosecution against especially transgender people. And it was surreal. I mean, it was transcendental for communities. It was very important because they were trying to directly fight all that. They were trying to have incarceration for those people responsible for that. And they were also thinking about the rights that these people had, of course, that these bodies had. So they started to sue the government in Ecuador for that, for those violations against human rights. And they also had a few institutes for human rights that accompanied them and that helped them with those issues back in the 90s. And they were demanding truth and justice and repair against those kind of violations and violence. So this is not just a physical thing, but also a more broad material element. So right to work, to have health care, the right healthcare services, etc. Oh, I've been told I don't have much time, so I'm just going to show you a few more pictures. This is the Coccinelli project. Just wanted to show you a little bit about their project on LGBTQIA+. These are a few representations that we had in the exhibit as well. I'm just going to briefly show you these images, and now we're going to the last part here. It's going to be really quick. It's about the Gente Positiva project that is in the Barcelona archive, in the city of Barcelona. Let me show you. There it is. So that same year, Linda invited us to go to the LGBTQIA+ Institute in Barcelona to show a little bit of the archives that we had on this Gente Positiva, because that was focusing on people with HIV and their rights. So these are just a few images. We have that. We have those signs that were built for the exhibit. What we did basically was look at all the archives that we had in the center and review all the documents, all the pictures, actually the objects that there were as well, to try and see what kind of historical dimension we had with these organizations, and also what kind of demands they had. Demands that these organizations against HIV or AIDS, they had in the Spanish state until nowadays. So it was a long trajectory, really. We have different material from Anarchivos SIDA. As you can see here, some came from Chile, or Miguel Bejo, for instance, the one I mentioned a few minutes ago, and some other people in the Archivo SIDA.
Here is Tapete Miraya from Valencia, that's in the archives. And in most of the works, especially showing the movements of the focus was on prevention, research, the social rights, broad social rights, and also representation. Who were dying, who not only the people directly affected, but all the society as a whole, and also information and healthcare. The exhibit had local reports and also global reports of the fight, the movement, the struggle against HIV and AIDS. I will talk quickly of a specific case, which is this one here in Barcelona. It is a collective that was born here in Barcelona in 1991. Even though there are documents that say that at the end of the 80s, some of these actions were conducted, it does not have any connection with the United States or France movements, but what ACTA Barcelona did is to break the synergy between North-South, global, local, or own and foreign, to try to have or to place these actions with specific movements. And the action of ACT UP was born from John Greenberg, an activist that was in Catalonia country. And after this visit and this almost personal affective exchange, ACTA Barcelona was born. ACTA Barcelona was focused not only on the disease of HIV/AIDS, but it would extend to friends, family members, and people affected indirectly by AIDS. They address many problems, and it was kind of a meter of what was happening worldwide. And as other groups or other social spaces were affected by different dimensions of the neoliberal process. I will stop here and respect the time that was assigned to me. I would only like to conclude that actually the regard that you can have through the projects that we have developed collectively with many brothers and sisters, especially curatorial projects that I show you, you can see how broad, how overflowing the queer regard enables on this fight against capitalism and the patriarchalism.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Thank you very much for presenting your work. I know this was not a lot of time, but I hope we can further debate those topics in the Q&A session. With that, I'd like to introduce the next speaker, Ondine Chavoyo, Professor of Art, History, and Latin Studies at the Williams College in Williamstown, Massachusetts in the US, where he teaches courses on contemporary art. His curatorial projects have addressed issues of collaboration, experimentation, social justice, and archive practices in contemporary art, including the exhibition Exis Mundo, Queer Networks in Chicano, LA, with David Evans Friends. He is the co-editor of Chicano and Chicana Art, a critical anthology by the Duke University Press in 2019. Chavoyo has also served as the international consultant curator at the Museo de Arte de Lima, Mali in Peru from 2018 to 2020. Now, before handing it over to Mr. Ondine, I'd like to remind you all that you can send your questions in writing using the YouTube chat box. You can address your questions to each of the speakers or to the panel as a whole. With that, Mr. Ondine, over to you.
Thank you so much. And can I please get the PowerPoint up for my presentation? Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you to Adriano Pedrosa and Julia Bryan Wilson for this invitation, and to the entire MASP team for coordinating this. As a, now I'm trying to move my slides forward, but they, oh, right, there, now it's working. Thank you. As a professor, art historian, and academic curator, I've been involved in collaboratively developing research-driven exhibitions in areas that have not received widespread art historical or curatorial attention. For the purposes of my presentation this morning, I will focus on Access Mundo, Queer Networks in Chicano LA, co-curated with David Evans France, that was launched in 2017 at the Museum of Contemporary Art, Los Angeles, and then traveled to 6 venues across the United States, including New York City's Hunter College, then traveled to the city of Denver, Houston, Las Vegas, to the Williams College Museum of Art here in Williamstown, Massachusetts, and to Kenyon College's Gund Gallery in Ohio, where it was installed in January 2020 and then shut down in March with the initial COVID quarantine. I'm thrilled to share the very recent news, and I'm a little surprised, honestly, to say that the show will have one more final presentation at the Museum of Contemporary Art Cleveland, where it will open next month on July 15th, 2021. And I'm trying, all right. So the exhibition, Access Mundo, Queer Networks in Chicano LA, maps the intersections among a network of queer Chicana and Chicano artists and their artistic collaborators from the late 1960s to the early 1990s. And I'm honored to be able to share some of the artworks in the exhibition with you today. I'm having trouble with, we're operating the clicker, so forgive me. This is, it's not.
We can pass for you.
Thank you, that will be useful. Can I go to the next slide, please? Access Mundo takes its title in deference to the artist Edmundo Mundo Mesa, who was renowned amongst his peers for his creativity across multiple genres, including brazen public performances in East Los Angeles with the artists Gronk and Ciclona in the late 1960s and early 70s, and as a painter, performer, and window dresser before his death from AIDS in 1985. In many ways, Mundo Mesa, who you see here in a beautiful self-portrait, is a conceptual access of the exhibition. And of course, his name, Mundo, from Edmundo, allowed us to work with this idea of queer world making. And so queer world making became a key concept for David and I as we worked to uncover and connect the multiple artists and the circles involved in the exhibition. The mundos, the queer mundos that these artists fostered through their work, pushed back against social repression, cultivating spaces of shared intimacy and exchange, apart and within various intersecting cultural contexts, taking from hegemonic culture what it needed to be queerly refashioned. Can I have the next slide, please? Access Mundo grew from extensive research into the life and art of Mundo Mesa, as well as more broadly, the work of a generation of queer and Chicano artists in LA between the 60s and early 70s and early 1990s, sorry. This was an area, as you know, of tumultuous and inspiring political activism, from the emergence of the Chicano civil rights movement, the women's movement, gay liberation movements, to the political activism around the AIDS epidemic. As research for the show evolved over the course of 4 years, co-curator David Evans France and I increasingly sought to chart the connections and affinities between numerous participants in this vibrant artistic scene that has received little exposure. This included artists working in fashion, performance, punk music, and activist circles. Next slide, please. Access Mundo includes a diverse presentation of works by more than 50 artists and groups, showcasing how these artists experimented across a wide variety of media, including painting, performance, photography, fashion, video, music, mail art or arte correo, and zines, Charting a network of affinities, connections, and affiliated aesthetic and conceptual practices, the artists in the exhibition worked across shared spaces, collaborative groups, and through correspondence and exchange. Our approach to network in the exhibition was promiscuous and capacious. While many of the artists in the exhibition were close collaborators, not all worked together or were even acquaintances. And significantly, not all the artists presented in Access Mundo are Chicana or Chicano, nor would all of the artists identify as LGBT or queer. Artist networks are defined by permeability and exchange, following the model set forth by the artists themselves. Access Mundo sought to be expansive, highlighting connections and coalitions across ethnic and racial heritage, as well as sexual orientation. So what I'd like to do is give you some examples that I hope will show how the exhibition recovered under-recognized queer and Chicana histories. And I will emphasize a lot of photography while doing this. Next slide, please. The early 1970s saw the emergence of a handful of gay, Chicano, and Latino organizations in Southern California. One group that formed, that we see here, formed in 1972 and marched in that year's Christopher Street West Pride Parade. And they did so under the name of Gay Latins. Founded by Richard Reyes, they soon sought to change their name, wanting to use the acronym GLC in reference perhaps to the GLF, or the Gay Liberation Front. The options that they considered were Gay Liberated Chicanos or Greater Liberated Chicanos. The group opted for the latter, for Greater Liberated Chicanos, because there was concern that if they used the word gay in the name, that might discourage some future membership. This was a decision that you can well imagine caused division among some of the members. The GLC sponsored fundraisers and social events and hosted a weekly rap session to talk about what the gay liberation and the Chicanos' place in gay liberation, which included both Chicanos and non-Chicano friends and partners. A photograph of the group found in the One archives at USC's libraries shows members wearing matching t-shirts with bold lettering that reads Greater Liberated Chicanos. While the group was short-lived, disbanding in 1973, only a year later, at its height, the organization's mailing list included about 100 members and individuals in Chicago, El Paso, Texas, and San Francisco, and had reached out about starting local chapters. Can I have the next slide? GLC's early presence in the Pride Parade in Los Angeles and their group t-shirts found resonance with hand-drawn t-shirts by artist Joey Terrell, reading Malflora and Maricon, Mexican and Chicano slang for dyke and faggot, that would be worn by the artist Joey Terrell and a group of friends and family marching in the 1976 Pride Parade in Los Angeles. And the back of each of these t-shirts reads role model in these bold block letters. Terrell's t-shirts sought to claim space for Chicanas and Chicanos within an emerging queer public space. A number of the artists and groups, such as Les Petites Bonbons, can I have the next slide, also utilized t-shirts at the time to signal group affiliation in both artistic and activist projects. And the next slide. This is just to give you an example of how these t-shirts were displayed in the exhibition alongside the documentary photograph of them being worn. And then the next slide. And then we also had this kind of blow up of Joey wearing the t-shirt Maricon that was positioned at the top of the stairs of the exhibition in Los Angeles, which became, to our surprise, maybe not, like a huge selfie wall. So can I have the next slide, please? And here we can see the punk icon, Alice Bagg, another artist featured in the exhibition, posing in front of that selfie wall. And then the handsome Joey Terrell himself posing many years later in the exhibition in front of the photograph of him wearing the Maricon t-shirt years earlier. Can I have the next slide, please? Laura Aguilar's photography of the 1980s and 1990s records the vibrancy of intersecting Chicana, Latina, immigrant, and queer communities in Los Angeles. And this is particularly poignant in the two portrait series, Latina Lesbians and Plush Pony, that were featured in Access Mundo. Whether photographed in their living rooms or in a no longer existing lesbian bar, Aguilar's portraits convey a powerful intimacy between the sitter and the photographer, and also, in the case of the group shots, between the individuals photographed. For the Plush Pony series, which you see here, Aguilar set up a makeshift studio in an East LA lesbian bar named the Plush Pony, and over the course of multiple visits, photographed dozens of regulars, couples, and groups. The resulting images display a range of butch femme couples, gay men, and genderqueer bodies, and combinations thereof in groupings that enable the viewer to imagine the social texture and community of the time. Next slide. In her Latina lesbian series, Aguilar photographed individuals in the clothes and settings in which they felt most comfortable, and then invited each participant to provide a short personal narrative to accompany the image. Many share elements of their personal stories and aspirations, and often discuss the intersection of their multiple identifications and sense of community. Next slide. And this is, for me, a very lovely, poignant, and emotional image. This is Laura Aguilar, the artist, posing in front of her images in the Access Mundo exhibition shortly before she passed away, and her archivist and colleague and friend and another artist, Christopher Velasco, also posing in front of Laura's images in the exhibition. Next slide, please. Other examples of historical recovery include the photographs of Tosh Carrillo, known for his appearance in several Andy Warhol and other underground films and theater productions in New York from the 1960s. These were printed and publicly exhibited for the first time in Access Mundo. Next slide. Likewise, and so here we can see a kind of salon style installation of them. Likewise, can I have the next slide, please? Lesser known works by celebrated artists such as Judy Baca and Carlos Almaraz were exhibited alongside recently uncovered artworks by artists such as Jeff Werenke. Can I get the next slide? Judy Miranda, this is Jeff Werenke's painting of his parents wearing matching zoot suits. Judy Miranda, Jack Vargas, and Gerardo Velasquez. Next slide, please. And here we have two flyers for different exhibitions organized by artists in the exhibition. I'm going to focus on the one on the left that shows a photograph by Ricardo Valverde, photographing his sister Maya, holding hands with her partner in the back of a customized van as part of his documentary series titled Cambios en la Familia, which was his UCLA MFA thesis exhibition. Maya Valverde was also the subject of an earlier video by Valverde titled Mujeres, that's also in the exhibition, that captures a dialogue between brother and sister on Maya's 30th birthday, shortly after she came out as a lesbian. In the video, Maya discusses how she lives in a collective with her children and 6 other women, longs for revolution, and dreams of moving to the Southwest to establish a commune or an intentional community. The photograph captures the relaxed intimacy conveyed through the connected gestures between the women. The way the knee comfortably rests on a thigh and the linked hands upon the knee and between the subjects of the photograph. The placement of Maya's partner's sandaled foot brings attention to one of the bumper stickers on the van that reads, "The women's movement feels good." The catchphrase echoes the font and design of the caption below for the invitation to the exhibition. The title for Valverde's exhibition, Cambios en la Familia, invokes the specificity of his individual family, but also of broader social changes. It is at once documentary and allegorical. When paired with this specific image as the title for the show and the caption for this specific image, we are presented with a portrait of a family on the move, redefining gender roles and the role of the heteronormative nuclear family, experimenting with domesticity and shifting social relations, and importantly, in the process, publicly performing that it feels good. Can I have the next slide, please? In Teddy Sandoval's 1980 painting Las Locas, we can see how the artist simultaneously displays archetypes of gay male masculinity and flamboyant gender bending as mutual forms of playful camp identification and idealization. Las Locas portrays the artist pictured at right with friend Guillermo Hernandez and his partner, Paul Pincus, against a backdrop of street tags. And here I think we can see this, like Valverde's portrait of his sister Maya and her partner, as another portrait of queer familia, or queer family. In many ways, Access Mundo presented works such as Las Locas for the first time since they were made, or that hadn't been publicly displayed for over 30 years, or presented in the museum for the first time. Can I have the next slide? And that was certainly the case for Judy Miranda's photographs, Chicas, which I found in the archives and the papers of Schiffer Goldman at UC Santa Barbara. And this photograph, I just love this photograph called Chicas, that captures the intricate exchange of gazes between photographer and the couple depicted in the portrait, looks that are charged with a flirtatious, heavy, seductive energy. Next slide. Or this incredible piece by Judy Miranda that David and I found on a studio visit with the artist in Denver. That was created in the early 1980s after a close friend of the artist asked Judy Miranda to photograph him as a gift for his partner shortly after learning he was HIV positive. Miranda photographed 6 different erogenous zones of his body, individually framed and arranged them into the form of a cross. And this installation celebrates sensuality and sexuality as life-affirming, worthy of remembrance long after one's passing. Next slide, please. And this is an image from Instagram that I don't know who wrote this, but it's kind of just a loving public image of someone. I can't read it because it's too small on my screen at the moment. I wish I could, but I hope you can read it, where it's someone, you know, kind of saying what a poignant response they had to this work and to the exhibition, and their desire to want to go back and linger and dwell with the works and to read all the labels. And it was like, for me, it's such a tremendous compliment to the power of this work and to the power of representing these histories publicly. Next slide, and I'll be wrapping up soon. We did a lot of work, David and I, to kind of recover, working with artists, with families, with surviving partners, with friends, with band members, as a case may be, in people's homes, garages, attics, storage units, to uncover this work. And this is an example of a work of an artist who's well-known, Anthony Friedkin, who had photographed Mundo and Mundo's friend Jim, or Jamie, in the early 1970s. And these images were published in a really important gay underground newspaper that circulated nationally and to some extent internationally at the time, called Gay Sunshine. And you can see the cover of that with one of the coquettes on it. And then Mundo, and can I get the next slide, please? This image of Mundo was included inside it. And then as here we can see Jim also showing a photograph, Anthony Friedkin, the photographer, after David and I visited him, showing us another image of Ciclona that was also published in Gay Sunshine. But David and I were the first people that asked him to look at other images that he may have had or shot from that time period. And through the process, we found additional images of Mundo that we were able to exhibit and print and publish for the first time, as well as some of the other artists in the exhibition. So we found this kind of more robust archive of Chicano artists in the early 70s in Friedkin's document of photography. I want to close. Can I have the next slide, please? Oh, and here are some more images that are found of Jamie, of Jim Aguilar in Anthony Friedkin's personal collection. Next slide. I want to close not with my own words, but with those of Simon Doonan, who was one of Mundo's partners and close collaborators, and also a contributor to our catalog. So I'm going to close with Simon's words. And here we can see Simon in front of the AIDS memorial quilt that he made for Mundo Mesa. This is from the essay that he wrote from the catalog, Mundo Goes to Hollywood, that, at least for me, helps to poignantly capture some of the potential impact that that an exhibition such as this can have in recovering these histories. So I will close with this quote by Simon. I have been haunted by the idea that Mundo and all the other young people who died of AIDS in the intervening years would be totally forgotten, a lost generation. This is by no means an irrational fear. I knew of people who died alone in the hallways of hospitals without hope, disowned by their families, and were buried in unmarked graves. Many have already been forgotten. Mundo got lucky. He now has a legit place in art history. The current interest in Mundo's work is something I could have never anticipated. It is astonishing, miraculous, and glorious, and reaffirms my faith in humanity. I am not kidding. Thank you, and thank you, Simon, for those beautiful words.
Muito obrigado, Undaime.
Thank you, Undine. Thank you, Undine, for sharing the Axis Mundo experience with us. A very symbolic exhibition. All of us that research the intersection between queer and visual arts know it very well. So thank you so much for your presentation, for your words. And now we will have our third and last presentation of the morning, Jeffrey Gibson. He's an interdisciplinary artist based in Hudson, New York. His artworks make reference to various aesthetic and material histories rooted in indigenous cultures of the Americas and in modern and contemporary subcultures. His work has been featured in solo exhibitions in the Denver Art Museum, Brooklyn Museum of Art, New Museum, Blanton Museum, Weller Museum, and the Seattle Art Museum. He is a citizen of the Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians and is half Cherokee. Gibson is a 2019 MacArthur Fellow and a visiting artist at Bard College. I'll turn it over to Mr. Gibson now.
Thank you very much. And if we could go ahead and start the PowerPoint. Thank you. We can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So this is one of the first paintings that really kind of intrigued me to think more and more. This is when I was much younger, in my 20s, to think about other genders, third genders, fourth genders, and on within Native communities. This is a painting from 1835 through 1837 by George Catlin, titled Dance to the Burdash. And George Catlin is mainly known for portraits of indigenous individuals in the 1830s. Those paintings I find controversial in terms of the time that they were made. His quote about this painting in particular is, "This is one of the most unaccountable and disgusting customs that I have ever met in the Indian country, and so far as I have been able to learn, belongs only to the Sioux and Saxon Foxes. Perhaps it is practiced by other tribes, but I did not meet with it, and for further account of it, I am constrained to refer to the reader to the country where it is practiced, and where I should wish that it might be extinguished before it be more fully recorded." And the burdash is currently an outdated term, offensive to many indigenous people, but the dance to the burdash is a documentation painting of a dance celebrating within ceremony the third gender within this tribal nation. We can go to the next slide. This is an engraving done by Theodore de Bry. This is from 1525, or I'm sorry, let me just make sure I've got this right, 1598. And so this is an engraving. Theodore de Bry was an engraver and editor and publisher, famous for his depictions of early European expeditions to the Americas. And this image that we're looking at here is from it's an image of the dogs of Vasco Nunez de Balboa attacking the Indians. And this was the Indians who practiced male love. And so queer people, gay people. Next slide, please. And so I wanted to start with those two slides because I think when I look at them, I realize that people being afraid of other genders or same-sex love, I think is obviously evident in the colonization process and obviously wanting to exterminate people who practice same-sex love or other genders. And so I wanted to follow that up with individuals who I learned about over the last 20 years who have both inspired me because they existed and because they lived their lives within other genders and also within same-sex relationships. Here is Wiwa from 1849. We can go to the next slide. Oh, sorry, can we go back one slide? So also interesting, every tribal nation, and I have some slides that kind of expand on this, but Wiwa was a Lamana, which is a Zuni two-spirit individual who took on both male and female tasks as a Zuni cultural ambassador and pottery and textile artist, and also a spiritual leader. Wiwa had quite an accounted life and traveled to DC and met with politicians and was celebrated nationally, never fully acknowledging who their gender was. One of the things when we talk about material culture, I want to address what Wiwa is wearing and also what they are weaving. And so within the community, this is not something that you could necessarily just do without the approval and acceptance of the community. And I think that's what impressed me the most when I learned about Wiwa. Next slide, please. Here is a Dene couple. This would have been in 1886. And so you can see, here's another image. And I have to admit, on one hand, I'm really excited that photography was able to capture these images so that we can have them. Next slide, please. This is an image, if we look on the left, this is Osh Tish. In Crow, their name means finds them and kills them. This was a Crow Bade, which is the Crow word for this other gender, a male-bodied person in a Crow community who takes part in some of the social and ceremonial roles usually filled by women in that culture. So to think back to Catlin's painting about not knowing whether this practice existed in other tribal nations, but also that there are words designated within the host languages. Next slide, please. This is Tabun Gikash, I believe is how we say it, translated as rabbit tail. This is a Shoshone scout for the 7th Cavalry, also identified through different recounts of who they were and their military accomplishments on the field and as a fighter and warrior. Next slide, please. This is an image actually once captured of the Test and Lausanne, taken after they'd been captured and before they were separated. This was 2 women who lived their lives together. In the photograph, they're seated close together along with Geronimo and other warriors in front of the trains that would soon carry them away in cattle cars to exile in Florida and Alabama. They had eluded capture for over a decade. They were fighters and warriors, and they died as prisoners of war at Mount Vernon in Mobile, Alabama, of tuberculosis at 49. And that's when their separation happened between them and their partner. Next slide, please. And the last image I'm going to show you of this group of individuals is Hostine Kla, who is most commonly believed to be intersexed. The Dene word, Nadlihi, one who is transformed or one who changes. Nadlihi are unique to Navajo culture, Dene culture, and can be born male or intersexed. Next slide, please. So I don't know if anyone can read this, but these are all of the terms. In the left-hand column are all of the tribal nations. And I had never actually known that there was this many individual words. In the center, they talk about the term and then they talk about the meaning at the end. So many of the terms are designated between both born male, born female, and then the roles that they perform within their communities. Next slide. And then unfortunately, if you can't see them, maybe this is something we can share a post, or I could send a link to it. Next slide. So something that I've used in my work, which is multimedia work, and these, right, what you're looking at here are referred to as jingles. Now, the original jingles would have come at the end of the 19th century, and they would have been the lids of tobacco and snuff containers. And then those were turned and then used to adorn dresses for a dance. The dance itself is just a little over, like I said, about 125, 130 years old. And the granddaughter of an Ojibwe man fell sick. And this is the beginning of the jingle dress dance. As the man slept, he dreamt over and over of 4 women as his spirit guides wearing jingle dresses and dancing. The women taught the man how to make the dress, what songs to play, and how to perform the dance. The spirits told him that making the dress and performing the dance would make his granddaughter well. When the man awoke, he set out and made the dress, and once completed, the tribe gathered to watch the girl dance. At first, she was too weak and had to be supported and carried by the tribe, and she slowly gained strength and performed the dance on her own. So over the last 130 years, this dance has, one, remained popularly known to be gendered as a female dance. The jingles continue to be made from tobacco and snuff containers, which I think is really significant in terms of a culture taking something from outside of the culture and finding a way to support themselves within. And if we go to the next slide. So this is an image of a jingle dress dancer, a contemporary jingle dress dancer, and you can see the jingles are on the dress. Like I said, this dance is popularly recognized to be a women's kind of dress, but also the dance itself. And it continues to be seen as a healing dance. And this is something where you will see in the powwow circuit, it's a competitive dance, but also has become to be known by some as a ceremonial dance for healing. And so it's the sound of the jingles that is meant to heal. And the reason I wanted to show this as relative to my work is if we go to the next slide. The beginnings, I would say, the earliest I found is going back into the 70s, but of LGBTQIA plus powwow culture coming about, and also biological men wearing and dancing and performing the roles of women within powwows, which is, I would say, probably a 20th century invention. There's some evidence of it going back into the mid-19th century, but in terms of the way that we think about powwows today as a gathering, an intertribal gathering. And so this, to me, was very inspiring to see, and I think very courageous and brave for people to step into those roles publicly. And it seems to have increased the acceptance of other gender roles within traditional communities. Next slide, please. And so this is an image of my work, and I'm going to show a few images of my work about how I've taken these histories and I've wanted to play with them within the context of art making. This is a sculpture. All of the copper that you see around the shoulders and the chest, these are all jingles, which are currently made contemporary. They're mass produced specifically for the powwow circuit. The figure itself is covered with beadwork and hide and fringe, and it's all things that you would find sold by vendors to dancers within the powwow circuit for their own regalia. And so I looked at these figures as proposals for new identities, ones that could step outside of the defined gender roles. I don't actually see them as having a particular gender, and I think about them very much in line with aesthetics that have emerged out of modern and contemporary non-Indigenous queer aesthetics. Next slide, please. And then here you see the jingles also on a garment worn by Shanika McIntosh, who is someone who lives here locally. These garments continued the idea of garments, whether they were made specifically and historically for women or men or other genders. This is my contemporary version of creating garments and photographing people in them, people who I think contribute to this expanding definition of what it means to be queer, what it looks like to be queer, and who's writing that contemporary history and future. Next slide. This is a punching bag of mine. This is from 2018. On the punching bag itself is a quote by Audre Lorde, American writer, feminist, womanist, librarian, civil rights activist, self-described Black, lesbian, mother, warrior, and poet. The quote that she has on here that I've put onto the bag is, each time you love as deeply as if it were forever, only nothing is eternal. And the piece that you're looking at here is a fully beaded, adorned punching bag, with fringe cut into the geometric designs and shapes. And then the center part that looks like a kind of tutu form is all entirely made up of jingles. Next slide, please. This is an image of a collaborator who I've worked with numerous times, MX Oops, who lives here in New York City. And this is another one of the garments. And so part of my practice has been to document people, queer people, people who identify as queer, people who identify as indigenous are prioritized, wearing the garments and thinking about these images as an archive that influences the way that I hope my works will be written about, and discussed, and exhibited. Next slide, please. This is another, this is probably one of the best examples of my use of camp aesthetics. These started out as headpieces, headdresses for the garments. And ultimately this, what you're looking at here, is actually a member of my studio team, Henry Williams, wearing the clown helmet. And if we were able to look up close, it's a lot of vintage kind of found jewelry pieces and brooches and clowns and crystals all onto this helmet that sits on top of the head. And they're performative, but they're also, they're quite heavy. So this one probably weighs about 35 to 40 pounds. Next slide, please. Here is the death helmet as photographed by Caitlin Mitchell. And so this is also MX Oops wearing the death helmet, which for me, using the term death really as a state of transformation and not so much the end of a life. And this is, like I said, MX Oops. There are 5 helmets in total. And so again, this is just an image that we use for reference. I actually see them as artworks, but it's a part of my practice that I think I decided to do in a very long-term way to accompany the works that we make in the studio. Next slide, please. And this is a very amazing person, Regan DeLoggins, who heads up the Indigenous Kinship Collective here in New York City. Very extreme activist, I would say, like in terms of confronting police issues and missing and murdered Indigenous women. She is also Choctaw herself. And so she's wearing one of the garments that was shown in my exhibition at the New Museum in 2019 titled The Anthropophagic Effect. And so I'm using paragorge, jingles again, you can see on the shoulders, beadwork, and custom printed fabrics for these garments. Next slide, please. And this is also an individual who I have so much respect for, Damien Dene-Yaji, who is Dene and who started RISE, the Radical Indigenous Survival Empowerment. And that's something you can find on Etsy, and has been producing, also a poet, has written very kind of epic poems about the environment, queerness being sacred. And here we have them wearing one of the garments, People Like Us, and photographed by me. Next slide, please. And this is from a very recent video that's still in the editing process that was shot on top of a monument to peripheral histories at Socrates Sculpture Park in Long Island City during 2020. This is a still from the video that documents my collaboration with Raven Chacon. And this is MX Oops standing on top of a ziggurat form, which was inspired through the Mississippian mound building culture and a history that I wanted to draw attention to. Next slide. And this is the last slide I'm going to show. I wanted to show this piece. It's from a recent exhibition. What you're looking at here, the 2 vertical bands, They Choose Their Family, is the text that's all beaded and beadwork. And I think for many years, it's been important for me to establish a foundation that when people look at my work, I want them to view it through the lens of it being part of an extension of Indigenous material culture. Also, the use of pattern and optical aesthetics is something that within non-Indigenous art histories, I think can oftentimes be seen as formalism without content, but within Indigenous histories can be seen as identifying markers for an individual's identity, but also for where they come from. And so I think that I feel really great that I feel like at this point, I don't know if you could discuss my work without bringing in these other Indigenous histories to kind of explain how the combinations come together and what the references are. So, and obviously they choose their family. Being a parent is something that my two children, having been adopted at birth, is one form of family, but obviously for LGBTQIA plus community members, we all have developed our own families and support systems in lieu of possibly not having the support of our biological families. So I wanted to give a nod to that. So I will stop there, and thank you so much.
Muito obrigado, Jeffrey, por compartilhar.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Thank you for sharing your work and iconography with us. These indigenous images are very interesting. We're now going to start the debate. We're now getting questions from the audience. So if you have a question, please make sure you send them in writing using the chat box on YouTube. Our team is collecting these questions, and we'll be addressing those questions in the next 20 minutes.
Interação entre as ideias aqui tão interessantes apresentadas.
Let's start the discussion. So I'll ask each of you one question, and I'll hand it over to each of you after I ask all of the questions at once. First question goes to Nancy. You showed the relation between Spanish research and your experience in the Latin American context, especially the Chilean context. You also mentioned coloniality. Now, I wanted to ask you, do you see this relation differently in central countries such as Spain as compared to what we see in Chile, which is a country that has strong colonial past, which is quite similar to Brazil? Now, next question is to Ondine. It's a question from our audience. Where does queer stand considering the punk movement? That's what we see on your exhibit. I mean, you invited punk musicians to be part of the exhibit. So what is the relation between queer and punk communities or histories? Or maybe in your research, for that sake. And then the final question to Jeffrey. You mentioned the historical relation between different indigenous worlds under the North American context. You also mentioned homoerotic or non-straight relationships as being erased in history. Now, the question is, considering this very specific context, the indigenous context in the US, which is part of your research, to what extent different practices, the queer world and the indigenous world relate? I mean, how does that appear in identity, political, and art discussions in indigenous communities in your context today? So we'll begin with Nancy, and then Ondine and Jeffrey.
Vale, voy. Comienzo. Bueno, sí, efectivamente.
I'll begin then. In my work, especially in the archives, in the beginning of our investigation, one of our bets were to be able to talk about this Southern context. We had a narrative that talked about this genocide from the North and that registered the struggles in the South. We received that in the movements themselves and among activists and artists in Chile specifically, there was a germ of response, maybe not direct as now, to go against or this anti-colonial narrative, but one of the models for artists or agents that in some way are part of ANARC archives are Pedro Bebel and Francisco Casas, that in some texts and in one of our investigations, with such as research about literature in Latin America about this genocides, here we see how some texts that Pedro and Pancho have written in the beginning of the pandemics, and how the collective of artists, they said that the idea of gay and then the arrival of AIDS to these territories could be one of these mechanisms of colonization, because it came from the north to erase the identity of gays and of other forms of gender or of dissidence. And then how he see in how this came from the global north to the south. This happened 500 years ago with the arrival of the conquerors and the colonialists from Spain, and bringing flu and exterminating millions of human beings. As to the Spanish territory, we saw these connections are related more to the solidarity spaces. So I have not worked beyond that. No, I was had this cross-cutting approach with all these solidarity approach that involved actors and activists that are part of this research. And as our passing through our archives in Ecuador about LGBTQIA+, there's a regard of this LGBT activist movements in these territories. So this cross-section between anti-colonial movements with global regard with the LGBTQIA movements against the patriarch and the capitalism. There are, yes, cross-sections.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Ondine, over to you. The question between punk and queer in your research and the exhibit.
Great. It's such a great question. It's a question that's fascinated me for years and has kind of motivated my research. And I didn't focus on this element in my presentation, but it's a significant part of the exhibition. And I would refer anyone with interest in this to Colin Gunkel's excellent and groundbreaking essay on queer and Chicanx punk in Los Angeles. That's in the exhibition catalog. But it's also, I think, important to think about one of the things that we also try to map out in the exhibition are the important roles that kind of alternative art venues played for these artists, and the kind of DIY ethos and spirit that both aligned punk and these kind of artistic experimentations. And so we see that throughout the exhibition and throughout the history that we recovered, that there's a number of clubs play an important role, not only as a social space for people to come together and revel and have a good time, but also for staging art and performances and exhibitions. And this happens in both the gay clubs across Los Angeles and also in the punk clubs across Los Angeles. So we have artists like Joanna Wendt featured in the exhibition, who was very close friends with Mundo Mesa and Simon Doonan, and they would do their window displays for their Melrose Avenue boutiques or Santa Monica Boulevard boutiques. And then Joanna would recycle those materials in her performances at the punk clubs, where she would perform. And then those would get photographed by a number of the, artists also featured in the exhibition. So there's this really tremendous, and I think vital, queer synergy that's happening between punk and kind of Chicano and queer cultures at this time. And it's also something that we try to map out, or at least suggest, and I'd love to see more research done on this, between also the kind of the history of kind of electronic experimental music. Someone like Paulina Oliveros, as an early pioneer of this, featured in Access Mundo, and later taken up by the synth punk band Nervous Gender, that are prominently featured in the exhibition, and the role that Gerardo Velasquez played in that. And we try to set that up to make those connections, but we don't delve into it. But I think it's a rich area for research. And I also think in terms of Los Angeles, I'll just say that it's important, there's a unique history to punk in Los Angeles. And this is somewhat familiar, it's even mentioned in the recent, Go-Go's documentary, that the early history of LA punk was very queer and very multicultural and very distinct from other punk formations in other capitals, whether that be New York or London or other locations. And so that there's a lot, and a lot of this has to do in LA with punk growing out of the glam rock or the glitter rock scene, and the role of kind of gender bending and androgyny and the play with gender and sexuality in that earlier form. All of that changes with the advent and the rise of the kind of the OC white supremacist forms of punk that emerge and become dominant. So the queers, the women, and the folks of color do start to are marginalized and pushed out, so to speak, or it becomes a space that isn't as safe for them. And so they're not seen to the same extent, in the mid and later 80s as they are in the late 70s and in the early 80s. Great question. Thank you so much.
Obrigado, André. Agora eu vou passar a palavra para o Jeffrey, se você quiser comentar.
I'll turn it over to Jeffrey now.
Great, thank you.
If you can talk about these contemporary relationships.
Yeah, so I think the first thing that I thought about was that the current kind of Western and American identity of LGBTQIA plus doesn't necessarily, I think, include Indigenous people. And so I think that's a problem that many people have, because the traditional roles within specific cultures isn't really addressed or accommodated for. And I think historically, and I would say this is my personal experience, but within that identity, just generally people of color not being included in the forefront of that movement. The other thing was the initial acknowledgement of other genders and same-sex relationships begins with the term two-spirit. I would say going back into the 70s, it seems like out of San Francisco is the earliest kind of information that I have found. And so I think right now, this generation is looking to identify those roles specific to their tribal communities. And that brings up another issue of these communities exist within the American culture. So for tribes to be actually acknowledged, that's a U.S. government acknowledgement that that acknowledges, validated by the U.S. government, and that's really problematic because the tribe has to prove to the U.S. government through tribal enrollment, but also there has to be some distinct cultural practices, which if those are defined through the history of anthropology or through archaeology and needs to reflect that, that would erase these identities of other genders. So that's a big problem. I think really every tribe is different. I mean, I've been impressed going out west to see and meet people who have lived in whoever it is that they identify to be and accepted by their communities. I do know that some of those people feel that they don't have a large community within their community. I shot a video in 2018 on my reservation, the Mississippi Choctaw, and I worked with a self-identified trans woman, and she had no community on the reservation. And this is Mississippi, central Mississippi, where you're looking at the racial and class and economic history of the South. And so that's something that I would say the Mississippi Choctaw are extremely conservative. They're very Christian. They are very supportive of a lot of very conservative politics, which I think makes a lot of queer people feel unsafe. When we shot this video, this was the very first time that Macy was able to dress herself completely and walk amongst her community on the reservation. And she lost her job about 3 weeks after. So I think that it is continues to not be a safe place, maybe relative to American culture and what those kind of regions are like when we go into the South in particular. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Obrigado, Jeffrey. Vou fazer aqui mais algumas
Thank you,
perguntas.
Jeffrey. I have a few more questions that are coming from our audience. Nancy, our audience is asking you to talk about the concept of an archive, which mobilizes your work, and how we can push back against the narrative repressions of hegemonic archives. And a question to Ondine. Ondine, could you comment on the involvement of Latin communities, Chicano communities, while your exhibition traveled through different American cities? What was the role these populations played, these identity movements played in the progressive political interactions in the last few years in the US? And Jeffrey, if you could please comment, in your presentation, there was a relationship between work, people's clothes, their performance, and then most of the work showed those kinds of images. So the question is about your specific interest and how you develop this association between fashion and visual art through your work. Nancy, can we start with you, please?
Sure, very briefly, because we don't have much time. But when I was presenting, I briefly commented upon it. I mean, in the beginning, when we decided to say anarchivocida, to call it like that, we actually wanted to, go against the common concept of archives, because it's the simple concept that we all know, the traditional one with the Western idea, and there's a lot of repression. So what we needed was a different system without the capitalism, because capitalism was trying to impose things, was trying to use the resources of the planet in the traditional way. So the concept of archive that we have nowadays is the very same that was used back in the 18th century globally. So effectively, the archive is a kind of a normative way to crystallize things. And in the case of memory, of the memories for the collective, what it does is crystallize it as something that is over. I mean, that is in the past, and it is not going to continue or change. So that's why we came up with the anarchivo, the unarchive, I would say. So it's a way to recover things and to think about the different possibilities and impossibilities of the archive. We wanted to organize things in a different manner. It is a perspective, I would say, that effectively fights that traditional organization that was used, I would say. And on the other hand, we also had that as just one of the projects that we had. There are many other projects that we have to go against the status quo or the traditional order. And also we just don't want this to be a simple reservoir of things. We wanted to integrate different things depending on the context as it's necessary. And essentially, we do not want memory to be seen as something that is completely in the past. It is something that changes all the time. It is a continuum of things. So as Ondine and Jeffrey, they were showing images, and we noticed when we look at those images that, okay, maybe it was 500 years ago, or maybe it was 50 years ago, but all these images, they're also talking about the present. They're also showing something that is evident nowadays, that is important nowadays. It is the Renaissance, I would say, that it is important to also think about what is supposedly in the past to also fight whatever is wrong in the present. Anyway, I would say that we can never escape the norm. What we have to do is actually try to find deviations or different ways or different lines that will allow us to integrate things in a different way. It is not a parallel thing. It is actually impossible to completely escape the normative machinery, but there are ways that you can try and find to deviate from it and integrate new ways of thinking. There are so many projects that are ongoing now that have to do with that.
Thank you, Nancy. Undine.
Thank you, Nancy. That was a really great answer, and it helps to connect so many things. Thank you. Thank you also for the great question about kind of audience and kind of the Latinx involvement in the exhibition, particularly as it traveled. I do think it's important to at least maybe clarify something about its presentation at the Museum of Contemporary Art in Los Angeles. The Museum of Contemporary Art in Los Angeles is, of course, one of the major contemporary art museums in the United States, perhaps in the Americas. Founded in about 1985. This is the first exhibition of Latinx art they had ever presented. They did not organize it. David and I, as independent curators, organized it, and it was funded by the Getty as part of the Pacific Standard Time Los Angeles Latin America initiative that also brought us exhibitions like Radical Women, right? So, and it shares that kind of spirit with Andrea Junta and Cecilia Fajardo Hill's exhibition as well. So I think that's important, and the exhibition was organized out of the One Archives, which was a community-based queer archive, the world's largest LGBTQ+ archive in the world, that's now a part of USC's libraries. They have an exhibition space, and David was a curator there, but it wasn't large enough for the ambitious exhibition that we wanted to present to the public. So we had to look for venues to both host it in Los Angeles as well as to travel it to. Early on, we had a really difficult time securing venues. We were told repeatedly, there's no audience for this exhibition. There's no audience for this publication. It's too narrow, right? We were again and again and again, we were told that. And I do have to say that one of the things that may have changed that, I'm sorry to say, was the Pulse massacre in Florida at the Pulse nightclub. That somehow or another that kind of brought queer Latinx bodies into kind of institutional representation in a way that they hadn't been previously. And so we were, we ultimately, what's been amazing is once the show was up and it ran, now we have had all these other venues express interest in it, and everywhere that it goes, it generates new audiences. It brings new audiences to the museum. So where, institutions might have said there's no audience, well, it wasn't an audience that was coming to your institution before. But these young queers and these young Latinx transgender folk and young punks find their way to this exhibition in places like Vegas, in particular, or places like Houston, and certainly in New York and LA as well. So that's been really both enlightening and inspiring to see. At the same time, I can say that currently it's on hold a little bit because of the pandemic, but Miguel Lopez, a curator based in Lima, and I are developing an exhibition on queer Latinx and queer Latin American art. And we're facing a kind of similar struggle in terms of finding institutions that are interested in kind of sponsoring and taking on this exhibition. And this is developing out of a project that Carlos Mota and Miguel initially conceptualized, focused on queer Latin American art. So it's ongoing, and I think there's still a vital and incredible need for these exhibitions, and in the process, hopefully we'll continue to generate new scholarship and also new audiences.
Great. Thank you both. That was really wonderful. So I'll address really quickly. I think for me, like going back into my teens, I was a military kid, so I grew up abroad a lot, and I started going to nightclubs when I was about 13 years old and continued that into my mid-20s. And I think that's really where I found a sense of feeling normal, like whether it was about being brown or being Native American or being queer, being in the nightclub was the place that this would have been in the 80s going into the early 90s. And, when club kid fashion started happening and that kind of individuation of what people were wearing, you know, we were really signaling to each other that we were embracing this kind of community that was, one, supported self-identification, two, supported kind of a DIY kind of creation of what we would look like or what we would wear. And so it was both kind of collective, but also individuated. And that is something that I still continue to think about today. Why can't we hit this kind of, they're not distinct in the way that they can't happen together. And so I think the other thing I want to say is that there's a big difference, I think, between something like, I'll just give some examples, but like costume versus regalia. You know, those are two very different kinds of intentions about what someone is wearing. There's also fashion, and then I use words like garment. I try to kind of make it as not about mass-produced fast fashion as I can. And so I think what we make here in the studio is much more in line with kind of a couture, handcraft, unique garments. And so that's, for me, what I get to take advantage of. We do let people put them on in performances, and the garments, they force you to be very self-conscious about how you move, because it may not show in the photographs, but some of them are 9 to 10 feet tall. You might have fringe on your arms that weigh about 11 pounds on each arm. So moving is not easy. And so there's something about performing in them, having to be self-conscious about how you move, but also connect moving forward with resistance, and that being something successful was something that came out after the first few garments were made. I used to refer to them as impractical, and then I realized, I'm like, oh, every person's unique individuated body has to figure out how they negotiate space in this garment. And that is something, again, that I think goes back to it being both collective and also being something individuated. Fashion, I think, the history of fashion is something that I definitely pay attention to and look at, but really because it's how we collected ourselves in the visual, right? We look at somebody across the room, even if I think about like handkerchief culture within like the gay community, that is probably such an amazing communication, right? It's really what it is it's visual communication. And so I look for those sorts of things, and then I try to bring myself to a level of self-authorship, where I try not to reflect those kind of linear ways of thinking about fashion and identity, but I try to give myself the entitlement to create, to collage, and to invent. So, thank you.
Muito obrigado a todos.
Thanks, everyone. And thanks, everyone, for joining us. I'd like to thank our speakers for their amazing presentations and for this very rich discussion. Our next panel will start at 2 p.m. Brazil time, so we'll have an hour so we can all have lunch and take a break. And if you'd like to get your certificate, please attend both sessions this afternoon, and we will be sending you a form. So if you'd like to receive your certificate, you will be able to get one from the museum. Thank you to the speakers once again. Thanks everyone for joining us, and I'll see you at 2 o'clock. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gracias.
Tá, gente? Olá, todas, todos e todes, sejam bem-vindos ao segundo momento do seminário Histórias da
Hello,
Diversidade.
everyone, and welcome to the second session of our Queer History Seminar. My name is Isabella Rigeli. I will be moderating the second panel. I'm a curator at MASP, and we'll start this panel by self-describing. I'm a white woman with dark hair, curly. I'm wearing acetate glasses, and behind me there's a bookcase with some plants, and I'm wearing a white shirt. Today, we will have the second part of our seminar this afternoon, and before I introduce our guests, I have a few announcements to make. The first one is that questions will be asked at the end of the session, so I'd like to ask everyone who has joined us today to send your questions in the comments section in YouTube. If you weren't here this morning, you can watch this morning's session on YouTube, where they will be available. And you will find the seminar in different languages on different links. You can watch it in English, Spanish, or Portuguese. So if you'd like to choose the language, you can do so, and they're all available on YouTube. We will also be issuing participation certificates to those who attend the seminar on both days. The seminar will continue tomorrow, and you can find the link in the comments section on YouTube. I hope you can see the link on YouTube. I'm looking at the Zoom platform. So let's start this afternoon session. First, we will have Nicolás Coelho. He will be speaking until 2:20 for 20 minutes. His talk is called Sex and Delusion, Expressive Languages of Queer Negativity in the Post-Dictatorship Argentina. The return of democracy in Argentina represented the opportunity of building a political promise of reparation after the extreme marks of violence left by the last period of military dictatorship. This period, known as Democratic Spring, although capable of distilling the multiple fantasies of justice and desires of freedom that got carried away, also saw itself being interrupted due to the public pressure towards a subjectivity created in the heat of anti-revolutionary social consensus, in addition to the conservative imaginary defending the familiar ecclesiastic tradition. Faced with this phenomenon, and from the darkened margins of the historic surfacing of human rights movement led by the mothers of the Plaza de Mayo, a new matrix of alternative political action came up, headed by the intersectional work of uneasy feminists, sexual dissidents, sex workers, transhumans, anarchists, and underground artists infuriated with the hypocrisy of the political power, manifestly distanced from the utopian projects of the traditional left. I apologize because I made a slight mistake. I read Nicolás' talk description, so I apologize. I'm still new to this. So, Nicolás Coelho is a professor and graduate in art history from Universidad Nacional de La Plata, where he also obtained a master's degree in art aesthetics and theory. Currently works as a PhD candidate scholar of the CONICET and a professor of the Universidad Nacional de las Artes. He is an assistant member of the Program for Feminist and Sex Gender Political Memories of Yunsan Cedicin. His research is focused around the intersection of artistic practices, sexual policies, critical representations of emotions, and alternative prints since the post-dictatorship until now. He's the author of Ninguna Línea Recta, Contraculture, Punk e Políticas Sexuales in Argentina. So, Nicolás, once again, I apologize for my mistake. Have a great talk, everyone.
Muchas, estamos al aire.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Isabela, por la presentación.
Thank you, Isabella, for that introduction. I would like to, first of all, thank you for the invitation to be here and share a little bit of my work with you. And I would like to thank everyone who's involved with the organization of this event, the ones in translation, the ones working with accessibility for this event, everyone who had the time and the patience to help us here with the platform and everything else. Well, I don't have much time, so I'm going to try and start with my slides. I think you can start my deck. There it is. Well, since this seminar has to do with queer history, I wanted to think about this creative hypothesis on how to try and look at the history of sexuality in Argentina and find stories that would be interesting about things that I want to reassess or value as something that will discontinue what we believe to be the history of diversity or queer history in our country. So this is going to be the beginning of the experience that I wanted to show you, something that created this revolution in sexuality in Argentina. We built this front from 76 to 96. There were plenty of groups and activists participating in that. They were connected to left-wing politics and the revolutionary Peronismo. And as time went by, they were the main images, not just in Latin America, but also globally, in terms of initiatives that were trying to introduce sexuality and the emancipation ideas. I wanted to go back to an important detail here. There's this document written by the Homosexual Front, or Liberation Front, which is called Sex and Revolution. My presentation actually goes back to this document many times. This is a fundamental and essential document for the group because, in a way, it was kind of a manifesto where they were trying to show the way that it is not sufficient to think about social revolution within the reductionist structure of the Marxist theory or the left-wing theory that will divide the thing, the whole structure as a structure or a superstructure. So if we're thinking about body, desire, sex, what they're doing is disassemble this reductionism, that is the cultural reductionism, as it's called later, that has to do with sex, or that limits sex. So we want to potentialize, or they wanted to potentialize, the meaning of every organ in the body as a horizon from which you have to materialize that kind of revolution or radical change that is anti-capitalism. I am interested in a few fragments of this text in which they are saying that it is not enough to have that simple distinction, that simple differentiation. That has to do with legal and political and social divisions. So they want to think about the subjective machine and the social psychology machine, and also the effective aspects that are going to be the foundation for the revolution. So if we're thinking about what's radical, what's important, you can actually see here some of the publications that the FLH did, the Homosexual Liberation Front did. So if we're thinking about all these aspects, including desire, sex, including politics, social culture, etc., all this is going to bring us back to what happened post-dictatorship in Argentina, which was that important moment of nihilism, and it was very obscure. It was politics was very unproductive, with a very negative economy at the time, or negative values at the time, that in a way would interfere in the reassessment or the value that many of the political, sexual events that happened at the time. They changed the history of sexuality in Argentina and also manifestations in that regard. So you can see some signs here in the shape of fruits that was done by the FLH, by the front end. I also wanted to show you what happened in the post-dictatorship times, after a dictatorship in Argentina. There was this Argentinian transition. It was a very complex moment of democratic recomposition back in the 80s in our country. It was an important historic moment due to the lack of legitimacy of the dictatorship. They inaugurated a process of reorganization in the country, and they canceled all the revolutionary aspirations of thousands of people who were involved in this kind of front or left-wing activities. There was the desperation of many people at the time, disappearance of many people at that time, and we saw a lot of mobilization from the people. And everything was very well centered around the body. I mean, we were talking about the meaning of democracy and cultural transformations that also involved the social, sexual representation of bodies. It was known as the Democratic Spring, and that time condensed the whole return to individual freedom. So it's not just a homogeneous element of reconstruction, but also a polyphonic set of imaginaries that are critical for, say, terrorism. So that made the idea of democracy become a controversial idea. So there was this desire for reorganization and social reorganization because of the broad empathy or identification, but that created space for dispute. Because of censorship and terror, the advent of democracy became the emotional foundation that maintained different conceptions and senses involved in how to live together. So there were many words and terms and speeches and mobilizations, cultural activities that made all that material, made that all real. But they were very antagonic many times. As a promise, there was this common desire to end a period of instability and terror. But it is also important to recognize that the conditions for this to happen have to do with the return of liberal politics with all its accessories, the administrative issues and the norms that somehow re-edited forms of inequality as well. So it happened as a series of countercultural projects and some forms of life that were not linear. So they also found in politics a way to make that system normal again. And the heterogeneous set of practices, cultural practices, started this historic moment with a lot of traditionalism, so the traditional values, etc., and the prosecution of everything that was different. So they were going against everything that was minimally different. There was against the occupancy of public spaces or entertainment. That was what we call destape. It is a political and cultural phenomenon protagonized by the movements of human rights And in its margins, there were many other collectives as well, made by the youth. So a political subject that was affected by prosecution and by that kind of ideology, and that was mutilated or hurt by censorship after the war in the Falklands. So there was this misidentification of what was right or wrong or left or right wing. And also in terms of economy. Here we can see two different covers of Gente, a magazine that was a massive magazine in Argentina at the time, and they were talking about hope and how they were going back to the dance of democracy, basically. So they had this idea that democracy brought together many passions, reconstruction, dreams, etc. That youth, the youth that I mentioned before, they prefer to experiment the intimate scenarios that they had at night, because we're talking about a model for public opening of the Argentinian culture after the dictatorship. And Destape also talks about sort of a flexibilization of cultural consumption, especially after the graphic explosion of pornography and porn-like productions. So you can see here some covers of magazines that started being issued in the country after 1983, which was the year of the return of democracy. And we're talking about pornography for gay pornography as well. So I was saying that the youth preferred their intimate scenario at night, as I was saying, because they made coalition with many other sectors, minorities, alternative communities. They were trying to gain or get back, their space in all this. So this included gays, lesbians, feminists, anarchists, underground punks, etc., and left-wing people. So that was possible thanks to the creation of sensitive artifacts and sociability, alternative sociability, that designed kind of a subalternative imagination that was trying to go against the promises of democracy through the strategic use of delusion. So they were using social negationism and drug consumption and sexual provocation and many other factors as an expressive language that was privileged, something that is also going to see Berlin use calling a cruel optimism. So you can see here, this would be a counterpower, I would say, a direct antagonism with that idea of what is democratic, and that would be a kind of cruel optimism.
It's like Lauren Berland tries to explain how the conformist societies, the individuals, link themselves to the objects of desire to generate continuity to their own lives and imagine futures that are possible through a political representation that operate with promises, even when these promises are against the integrity of their own bodies and of those individuals that adapt to those promises. In that sense, now I'm going to show you some images that will try to rebuild this map of interchange and intersections in the 80s, giving the beginning to these actions, like this letter written by a lesbian feminist that in August of 1983 writes this text talking about laws and police edicts were going after cultural marginals and homosexuals. This letter was present during the dictatorship, which is going up against this repression, to make visible the conflicts, especially the lesbians that were facing the dictatorship and their terror. In the same line, Napolitano, together with Berlongue and Dosato and Marcelo Benite and Meyer, that were central for the movement in the 80s, they formed the elf liberation movement that was called then, and they gave away this pamphlet where they report the police violence, disappearance, kidnapping of the enforcement agencies, and they talk in favor of more freedom in individual liberties. And they also talk about the colorful details, floral details that it's a specific graphic artifact that refers to a specific sexuality. And Jorge Unonia Mayer, who was member of the Commission in Defense of the Daily Rights, this was another singular coalition in the origin of the return to democracy. It was a curator, an artist, theoretician that was essential in Argentinian culture. And in the 80s, he was a person dedicated to the production of sexual theory that was totally radical. And he did not only take part in this initiative that I mentioned before, but also, here I'm showing some of his paintings showing political criticisms in the 80s. But he was also part of the gay action group, which was one of the most radical gay groups, and that was against hypocrisy or the false return of democracy. Oftentimes, in many articles, here you can see the question, is this what democracy is about? You can see that in number 2 of Sodoma magazines and in other publications. We have this question, this dissatisfaction, this feeling of failure in terms of the democratic regime that was so waited upon. And this group was made up of artists like Marcelo Combo, Carlos Luis, Oscar Gomez, that all of them were essential for the cultural scene. We can see this revolutionary imagery, anti-capitalist imagery of the 80s. They found their ways to continue irradiating their energy. Here we can see more pamphlets that were distributed by the Gay Action Group that represents very well or illustrates very appropriately what this opposition awareness was. It was given away on June 28th. So it says the more than half of humanity does not adjust to in their conducts, in their feelings, and their attitudes to the established norm by the dominant class. Epileptics, hippies, single mothers, crazy people, gays, prostitutes, addicts, alcoholics, exhibitionists, leprous people. The option is neurosis or the barracks. These groups, with the leading role of Medicare, were organized in Argentina. Or Patricia Vitajes, she was a punk young woman that made part of the Resistencia movement that really talked to the youth that was very rebel and was very marginal and wanted to have their space in the new politics and organized several initiatives like this March Against Hypocrisy. We also have the Day Against the Police and other points like that had the first international week of the fight against psychoanalysis. They were trying to recover the effective dimension of the body against the dominating currents of or schools of psychoanalysis. And all these individuals from 1986 to 1987 carried out several activities that were not recorded by all the gay iconography. There were for separation of state and church. Here we have a march that was focused on delirium based on costumes, consuming drugs in public space, without manifest, without program. It was only a call to entertainment and to enjoy the hypersexual body in public spaces. In 1987, these groups with a different organization, they had organized a commission to receive the Pope. Here we have anarchists, feminists, prostitutes, and many artists that produce a lot of graphic material to call a march against the Pope Paul, because he was the symbol of the continuity of a repressive moral, and also of the participation of the priests in the disappearance of left-wing militants in the 70s. Here they organized a lot of pamphlets manifesting politically incorrect images about Pope Paul VI. Here we have a surrealist image with Adriana Carrasco. And here's some images of the repression against this demonstration against the Pope. By recovering this experience in fragment, this is during the comeback of democracy in Argentina. I was interested to recover not only the critical contribution of these groups that used visual material and other performatic instruments, languages that renovated the available repertoire in the activity, social activity, to show the sentiment of provocation and rejection of the false moralism. And other formats turn into hope, and also to recover the epistemological potential that their uncomfortable difference contributes to the political struggles of the South. These countercultural experiences with the erratic contribution, which was too opaque for the academy to record because they're inconsistent and they have a material fragility. They propose a type of contact with the past that disorganizes the lineal imperative of history and the colonial representations of the universe that we are aware of. The negativity implied in these disenchantment of the collective groups due to the failure of democracy, and also because of the implementation of policies that destroy identity, is a rejection that tries to repair the social structures that the youth wanted. It was a methodic disenchantment against the power in turn that rejects the traditional forms of culture, and they base the freedom of the body at the center of this criticism. It was trying to oppose these processes of re-elaboration of democracy. Here we have protest where the negativity is considered a language of suspension, a strategy capable of bringing into the cruel promise of subjectivities that were set aside. Disenchantment became a form of representation of an intimity affected by the evolution of a new cultural script that replaced the sexual revolution imagery with individualistic matrix centered on the voracious reproduction of the capitalist individualist values. This is why the church became back into this space. So the disenchantment was a mode of socializing that produces that produces frustration in their connection with reality. This came to the definition of queer in the Global South and tries to explain the multiple differences of that lack of sensitivity made possible and tries to identify the critical potential of negative states of spirit as a way of history to put in common experience organized against the de-identification of the sexual normality. So the epistemological strength of the disenchantment, the language that was used, it's a gender of rejection. And it allows to identify the continuity of emotional language that is sustained from the uncomfortable position of a present that was disrupted. This queer space is a space of alliance and never to adapt to the cultural industries, but instead tries to be a collective way of understanding and of living in a critical manner this historical present. The conflict inherent in these stories that make audible a counterculture had very precarious actions and toxic assemblies because always drugs were established as an element of gathering. And this can be thought as a power created from the impurity, that is from reconciling the impossible, the fragments of a social body that was stained by repression. This is an uncomfortable characteristics and that claim their own space as a way of awareness, as Sheila Sandoval said, that really makes a difference culturally. It's a sensible ethics and celebrates a radical difference and is resistance against adaptation. And through conflict and provocation, it proposes the identification with the rhetorics of equality, human rights, and putting naked through the conflict the workings of all technologies of sexual addressment propagated by neoliberal policies and their historical reports. We want to untie the history from the night and recognize their savage registrations or records can make us come closer to a historiographic practice that allows us to highlight or recognize in the negative values the temporary contradiction, the chemical dizziness, and the sexual deorientation. Allows us to recognize the contribution of many individuals that are sexually put to the margin in history. Let yourself being affected by these toxic environment of these reports that talked about violence and intoxication and delirium to unleash desire and perversion allows us to reopen discussions that are new, generating a temporary turn that really shakes all the trash of the past, that shows open wounds and desires that were canceled in relation to revolutions and a queer future.
Obrigada, Nicolás.
Thank you very much, Nicolás. Thank you for your presentation. Moving on, I would like to introduce Carlos Mota. Before that, make sure you ask your questions to our speakers using the chat box on YouTube. We will ask those questions to our panel members. Carlos Mota will talk about Histories Backrooms. Carlos Mota is Associate Professor of Interdisciplinary Practice at the Pratt Institute's Fine Arts Department. Carlos Mota's work was the subject of the survey exhibitions Carlos Mota, Formas de Libertad at the Museo de Arte Moderno de Medellín, Colombia, Carlos Mota for Democracy, There Must Be Love, Rodesten Konst-Hall, Gothenburg, Sweden. His solo exhibitions at the international museums include Portland Institute of Contemporary Art, Stedelijk Museum, Amsterdam, Paris Art Museum, Miami, Museo de Arte Latinoamericano, Buenos Aires, New Museum, New York, Sala de Arte Público Siqueiros in Mexico, MoMA, PS1, New York, Institute of Contemporary Art, Philadelphia. Mota participated in the 11th Berlin Biennale for Contemporary Art, 32nd São Paulo Biennale, Gothenburg International Biennial of Contemporary Art, 10th Gwangju Biennale, and 10th Lyon Biennale. In 2020, Carlos Mota, Histories Backrooms, the artist's first 20-year career monograph, was published by Skira. Carlos Mota, thank you very much for being here with us. I now hand the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabella. Let me just submit the code for my slides. Great. Thank you, Isabella, for introducing me and to the fellow panelists for this session that we're going to have later on. I also want to thank MASP, Julia Bryan Wilson, Adriano Pedrosa, Guillermo Gifida, Andre Mesquita, and Ana and Eduardo for making the tech work seamlessly. What I want to do is give you a very short trajectory of some of the projects that I have been working on as an artist for the past 20 years. And in that way, show you some of the research studies, so to speak, that I have been embarking upon the themes of sexuality and gender through the lens of understanding the ways in which certain bodies and identities have been framed through the lens of difference and antagonism. I chose to start this presentation showing you some works that I did before I had self-identified or considered myself an artist. At the age of 17, I was dealing with some personal issues which involved the imminent death of my mother. And when I was finishing high school, I was taking these self-portraits in different spaces around the place where I lived. Thank you. So these photographs are photographs that are not necessarily artworks, so to speak. They are photographs that I did in very intuitive ways, but they are photographs that interest me now. In fact, I put these photographs away for a very long time. I forgot that I had made them until I was preparing a recent exhibition in 2016, where I started to realize that some of the themes that I had articulated as part of my work and that I was interested in exploring in more intellectual or conceptual ways, I had already started to talk about through these early works. I like the ways that questions about bodies, identity, difference, representation, non-binary genders, alterity were present in some of these photographs. I see these works at this point as a kind of a premonitory statement, not only towards the work that I would start to produce later, but also as a kind of regressive achievement. I would like to be able to go back to making work from a place that is not necessarily so influenced by what I have learned, but more by the ways in which I was intuitively resisting the forces that had been kind of placed upon my shoulders as an adolescent that was dealing with being a different person in the world. Years later, the research that I started to do with my work led me to wanting to understand the origins of discrimination, so to speak, or the ways in which processes of institutional oppression were created. So some of the work that I have done has led me to look at the ways in which the process of the conquest of the Americas, as well as the long and ongoing years of colonialism, have also been ways to overdetermine not only the conquest of territories and the annihilation of people, but the ways in which certain concepts have been imposed upon societies as a way to define, regulate, and normalize how we understand ourselves. The project that I'm showing you right now, it's called Towards a Homoerotic Historiography. It's a piece from 2014, which is composed of an installation of 20 miniature gold figures. They're about the size of one's thumb. These pieces come out of an archive I have been collecting for many years of images that I started to find in some museum collections throughout the Americas, but also in some magazines and publications that represented acts of homoerotic encounters from different indigenous cultures throughout the Americas. The piece to me is not necessarily to point to the fact that there might have been homoerotic practices in indigenous cultures. That part is, I'm not a historian, that's not necessarily what is interesting to me. What I was interested in doing with this project was really looking at the ways in which certain categories were brought through the process of the conquest, in particular through the Catholic Church and its very intricate relationship to processes of legality and legalization at the time. Thus, certain categories such as sodomy or zoophilia, or all of these terms that became demonized by the Catholic Church because they represented forms of relationality that corresponded to non-reproductive sexualities, were heavily condemned. This is a figure I found in an archive coming from Peru, from the Mochica culture, and I show it just as a source for the ways in which I modeled the figures after them. In this process of exploration of the colonial years, it also led me to want to investigate the ways in which the Catholic Church, the Spanish crown and the Portuguese crown, respectively, had very methodical ways of cataloging crimes against the empire, so against the court, and again very much framed through the lens of the big weight of Catholicism and the Catholic Church. So I spent a bunch of time in different archives in Lisbon, Portugal, in Madrid, in Spain, as well as Mexico City and Colombia. Through that research, I started to find the ways in which some crimes that pertain to sexual misbehaviors towards the crown were cataloged in criminal archives. And I have made at this point, I think, 3 or 4 films that fictionalize real life cases that I found in some of these archives. The image that you see here is an image that comes out of a film called The Sales, which narrates the real life story of a woman named Martina Parra, who was born in Colombia a few years before the process of independence. And Martina was sent to the authorities by the woman she worked for. She worked as a maid in a household. And this woman somehow found that Martina's genitals were strange to her. In the accusation, which is expressed in this legal document you're seeing on the screen now, she says that Martina's genitals were bigger than usual and would become erect, which meant that she couldn't be a woman. So Martina goes to prison, and she undergoes a series of really critical and difficult examinations from the perspective of priests, doctors, and lawyers. And this case points to the ways in which there was already this desire to classify bodies and frame them from the perspective of a fixed gender identity, and also the intricate relationship between biological sex and gender, which before this time, before the years of the illustration, was not necessarily so entirely fixed. So the way that I have approached the stories has to do with taking the case, but not necessarily fully respecting it in its narration, because as a case that comes from these kinds of archive and dealing with people that have been processed and are forced into confessing certain kinds of behaviors, we know that it's already a very skewed perspective of history. And I was also interested in thinking about how some of these cases, Martina, for example, only became these iconic gay, lesbian, trans, intersex characters in the history as we know it, because of this name and difference. So some of the work that I've done is working in collaborations, but also by myself in creating scripts that would narrate a certain sense of subjectivity, that would create a first-person voice for these characters that would tell a different kind of story, one that would save them from the kind of enslavement of history that they have been placed by institutional forces. Ultimately, Martina in this film, Martina's case in the archive ends with them not being able to prove what has been accused, because upon medical examinations, that enlargement of the clitoris that is alleged in the document cannot be proved by the doctors. So she is released back into the world. And that's where her story ends in the archive. Together with Maya Migdashi, the collaborator in the script of this film, we decided that it would be nice to give Martina a kind of emancipatory power. And in our film, fictionally, she becomes one of the leaders of the independentista movement and goes on to have a fulfilling relationship with another woman she meets in the front of that movement. Similarly to the previous project, and inspired by the second one, by the life of Martina, I was interested in looking at the ways in which intersex figures have been historically represented in sculpture, especially in Roman and Greek sculpture, and the ways in which there is a certain kind of weirdness, historical weirdness around the description of these bodies as kind of anomalies of nature. So I drew from another archive of images of quote unquote hermaphrodites of the time and created this kind of Barbie doll-like or souvenir type figures that you would find at a museum store, to create a group of these historical figures that could coexist together. This piece is called Beloved Martina, and it is, of course, in homage to the character of the film. Years earlier, before I started to, I was working in these archival works that led me to colonial processes. I had been heavily invested in LGBTQI+ politics in the present. This piece that I'm showing is a piece that I did as a commission for the new museum. It was in 2012 in New York City, a year that was heavily marked by the conversation around the legalization of gay marriage. And the normalization of a discourse of equality, that was very much prevalent in mainstream activist circles. And I wanted to understand what had happened to a movement that had initiated as in resistance to so many forms of institutional oppression, the Catholic Church, the role of the military, the institution of marriage, etc. So I went on to create an online archive as well as an installation version of 5 films that draws from interviews with 60 plus people in 4 different countries, in the United States, in Norway, in South Korea, and in Colombia. My idea was to talk to people who had been early members of these sexual and gender liberation movements to understand that process of normalization or assimilation that has gone on in the last 40 years. To think about how the ways in which, as it is often described in the United States, gay marriage is the ultimate civil rights struggle, which is not only inaccurate, but also a divestment and diversement of resources towards other struggles that would affect communities that continue to be marginalized and that are not part of dominant groups of gays and lesbians that may have the possibility to marry. So the work is called We Who Feel Differently, and it draws critically back towards the notion of difference as a critical category to think about the ways in which perhaps there are things that have been sedated by the spirit of the times towards this question of equality, and think more critically about certain things that have been left behind. It is also a platform that has led me to think about the role of museums where I present the work as sites that can be activated through communities. So in the case of this exhibition, for example, together with curator Unji Ju, who was the person who invited me to do the show, I was in residence for the museum for about 3 months. And every Thursday we would have different events happen both in the exhibition space, which was designed to be a certain kind of social space, but also in the museum auditorium and outside the museums. And the idea was that the work would not sit in the white cube as an artwork, but that would be activated by communities that may or may not have come to the museum. So thus turning the museum over those months into a kind of queer hangout space, led and directed by events that included conversations about HIV/AIDS activism today, the big debate around don't ask, don't tell, and including gay, lesbian people in the military, and other things. A few years later, I became part of a small collective of artists with Carlos Maria Romero, who's based in London, and John Arthur Peets, who's an editor and writer based in New York. And under the invitation of Freeze Projects in London, we went on to create something called the Spit Manifesto Reader and a series of performances with this collective Spit, which stands for Sodomites, Perverts, Inverts Together. The project is this booklet. This is the cover of a booklet that brings together 5 recent manifestos we wrote for the occasion, dealing with what we thought were anchoring and pressing issues around LGBTQI plus politics in the world. But it is also an anthology of and a selection of historical manifestos, starting with a manifesto written by filmmaker Barbara Hammer in 1971, going all the way to pieces by Dean Spade and Paul Preciado and others. One of the manifestos was performed by artist Despina Sakharopoulou, and I'm going to play a few minutes of this manifesto before finishing up. Eduardo, this sub-video should play. I don't know how to activate it.
We the sodomites, the faggots, the inverts, the perverts, the deviants, the queers, the keepers of spoiled identities, the tribadists, the promiscuous, the pauper-sniffing fist fuckers, the bottoms and the tops, the queens and the fairies, the Nellies, the Nancies and the Fannies, the ladyboys, the butch lesbians, the leather angels, the dykes, the daddies and the bulldaggers, the cross-dressers and drag queens, the auntie-men, the kai-kai, the trannies, the lesbians, the clones, the dykes on bikes, the sissies, the bone smugglers, the muscle marys, the twinks, the bears and the otters, the carpet munchers, the pussy punchers, the fudge packers, the fruits, those who are light in the loafers, who have sugar in the tongue, the cocksuckers, the duffies, the friends of Dorothy, the bent, the poofs, the poofters, the buggers, the uranians, the pillow biters, the sisters of Sappho, the temperamental, the homophiles, the lavender menace, the pansies, the go-go boys, the hustlers, the trade, the chicken, the chapstick lesbians, the lucky Pierres, the laces, those who are queer as a $3 bill, the mother superiors, the ring snatchers, the kissing fish, the Tinkerbells, the Ursulas, the vampires, the Agfays, the ass bandits and the bat pirates, the yard boys, the zannies, the muff divers, the 10%ers, the sperm burpers, the boys in the band, the disordered, the dysfunctional, the diseased, and the destructive, the bitches, those on the down low and the low down, the drag kings, the tummies, the he-she's, the fishy girls, the cunts, the bum bandits, the lipstick lesbians, both the hard and the soft butch, the flamers, the gender benders, the butt huggers, the chicken hawks, the femme, the gay lords, the masks for masks, the tranny chasers, the homos, the baby dykes, the gold stars, the gender queers, the pillow princesses, the studs, the bug chasers, the barebackers, those who PNP, the campy queens, the sword swallowers, the confirmed bachelors, the members of a Boston marriage, the shimps, those who read Playboy for the articles, the roses, the people who are batting for the other team, the AIDS carriers, the weak and morally sick wretches, the deplorables, the sinners, the hedonists, those with the aristocratic vice or enjoy the bourgeois decadence, the degenerates, the catamites and the calamites, the cake eaters, the chubby chasers, the midnight cowboys, the daffodils, the fae, the Ganymedes, the limp-wristed, the salad tossers, the ponces, those who are swishy, those of the reprobate mind, the hermaphrodites, the chicks with dicks, the bearded ladies, the serodiscordants, the heartthrobs, the theatrical types, the admirers, those who aren't clean, the freaks, the cum guzzlers, the tea dancers, the mama's boys, the hot messes, the butty boys, the cum-dums, the jocks, the silver foxes, the posies, the guys who I goof at but don't goof back, the chemsexers, are and will always be the enemy.
So With the Enemy was done in a kind of open call to many different people we knew around and asking not only pejorative terms that they have been named, but also those that they self-identified to be a member of. This is a very common trope within queer communities to reclaim those things that have been initially used to demean their identities. And the performance of this video, as I said, was done by Despina Sakaropoulou, who memorized all of these words by heart and performs it both live and for the video. And lastly, I want to present a work that I did fairly recently called Legacy, in collaboration with Ted Kerr, who is a historian and curator specializing in issues of HIV/AIDS, and with radio reporter and broadcaster Ari Shapiro, who works at NPR. And the idea with this project was to revisit the historical timeline that has been institutionalized around HIV/AIDS as beginning in 1981, in a kind of neat timeline that has been naturalized, and think about how the construction of the category of the positive person or the beginning of this crisis could be traced back much earlier. So this is another performance video that includes a performance by me where I'm wearing a dental gag, and then Ari Shapiro is speaking to me in a fairly institutional voice of the media, a very kind of polished professional voice. the timeline. It starts in 1903 and it ends in 2019. And it goes over major key points with an emphasis in United States history. And I'm trying to listen to every entry he speaks about and then re-speak it. Because of the gag, of course, it becomes increasingly more difficult for me to speak. My face becomes very tired. I start drooling and I start forgetting the words. Thank you so much.
Obrigada, Carlos Mota.
Thank you very much, Carlos Mota. Thank you for your presentation. We're now moving on to our next presentation. I would like to introduce Mel Wai-Chen. They're going to talk about the queer and the viral. Mel is an associate professor of gender and women's studies and director of the Center for the Study of Sexual Culture at the University of California, Berkeley. Following on Animacies, Biopolitics, Racial Mattering, and Queer Effect, 2012, they're completing a second book entitled Chemical Intimacies on Intoxication's Involvement in Archival Histories of the Interanimation of Time, Race, and Disability. Besides publishing widely in journals, Chen co-edits a Duke book series entitled Anima, enjoys teaching to the odd note, and is part of a small and sustaining queer trends of color arts collective in the San Francisco Bay Area. Mel, welcome. And with that, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Isabella, and thank you all for coming. I want to thank MASP, Adriano Pedrosa, and Julia Bryan Wilson, and all those who worked hard to produce this conference, as well as our language interpreters, Nicolos, Carlos, and Vi, with whom I'm already feeling many resonances. I am Asian, non-binary trans with short hair and glasses. I'm wearing gray, sitting at a desk with a bookshelf to my left, although the book titles are not visible, and a small window behind me. There are no slides for my talk, so please listen and relax as much as you like. In light of the topic of my talk today, the queer and the viral, I want especially to send my solidarity with you on the horrific impact of COVID on the peoples of Brazil. There are so many grieving, but I'm thinking particularly of its indigenous peoples and its gender and sexual minorities. Like the deaths in the US, we feel these were avoidable deaths. I also want to say that given the context where you are, I speak to you with humility from unceded lands of Ohlone tribes on the west coast of California and negotiating my institution of knowledge that was built on settled land grants and racialized labor that continues today. I also speak as a member of the Chinese diaspora with parents whose families were able to use access to flee the Chinese communist system for the United States, and in the case of my mother's father, to begin work at a historically Black university in the South. I make a point to say this here, not to achieve a kind of diversity credit, but to resist the production of racial or Asian histories as isolates or as only facing whiteness. By virtue of my formation in a racist place in my own history, I cannot help but feel connected to the politics around the globe that invoke China or Chinese, knowing that China's government is far from an innocent player. At the time of this virus and its relationship to forms of anti-Asian and other racial feeling around the world, I am thinking about how these politics are playing out with regard to sexuality, gender, multiracial schemas, and wealth. So in what follows, I will share some of my thinking on the relevance of sexuality to cultural forms of contagion or toxicity, which are present in things as diverse as viruses and pollutants. You'll see that I am less talking about the politicized human identities of queer, LGBT, and so on, but actually more about queerness and queering that may occur outside of human bodies alone, or should I say, legitimized human bodies. By referring to cultural politics of viruses, I don't mean to deny that viruses are biological, but as cultural forms, they take on a potent life of their own. Feminist and eugenic scholarship have shown us, for example, that the lines between culture and biology have been both blurry and a place of rich transaction rather than two independent discourses. Much of my work is precisely about the consequences of contagion logics on cultural dynamics, the materialities of pollution or intoxication on animate bodies, questions of race and disability, and the back and forth of things thought to be pure and originary, like viruses or other seemingly natural phenomena and cultural life. I'm influenced by feminist ecological thinking, philosophers of humanism, critical thinkers on race, indigenous science studies, and queer theories of race and reproduction. And if you contact me, I'm happy to share my writings and references. I'll speak in two sections. First, I'll speak to the viral politics of COVID as a legacy of earlier racialized contagions, particularly in the United States, but also relating to what I understand in Brazil. Please know, though, that I'm learning and welcome all correction. Second, a meditation on pollution, virality, and transness, which originated in something I wrote for a Norway exhibition about sex and reproduction. So the first section, foreign bodies. I'll start here with the colonial imaginary of purity, which was put to use as a blood metaphor, supporting Western expansion against indigenous people here in North America and other forms of ongoing colonialism around the globe. It has also been used as a logic to determine racial membership, particularly against descendants of the African slave trade. And it is still here as a logic of governance. These are all implicitly reproductive. They're implicitly about the sexual lives of a multi-generational community. And purity very much remains a powerful imaginary which fuels passions for fascist, racist, xenophobic, queer, and transphobic energies currently developing in the United States and around the world. In the case of the US, a significantly early politics of contagion involved public health discourses, as detailed by scholars like Nayan Shah, which drew on racist and gendered imaginaries of purity and applied them to Chinese sex workers and bachelor men in San Francisco's Chinatown in the late 1800s, viewing these people who were effectively living queered sexual and familial life as founts of disease and disease communication. Like immigration, contagion drew on emotionally powerful aspects of the idea of unwanted material, foreign material, or turning to old metaphors of poison, such as was used for opium, toxic material. These early politics continue to haunt Asian Americans who continue to be seen as improper to the United States, or what is called perpetual immigrants or perpetual aliens. In the context of COVID-19, it took very little to exacerbate this unwanted guest status. To white supremacist phobia, Asian bodies became vectors of disease, and the relations between phobia and hate were re-energized. But I want to be clear that this would have been true whether or not COVID was understood to have, quote unquote, begun in China. It was only worsened given that understanding. One of the signal aspects of queer life that is deemed so threatening to heteropatriarchy is not just the idea of non-reproductive intimate arrangements between genders. It's also the geography of the body and what kinds of contact count as sex among queers, but also what kinds of contact are taken as uncanny or wrong. This wrongness can borrow on a body politic of invasion and the inhuman. My research has spoken to the connections between disease, toxicity, the national body, and an idea of inappropriate means of entry, a distinctly queer imagination of penetration, a route of entry that is not the route imagined, such as anality or kink, and the way that some kinds of ingestion, sexuality, touch, or becoming must not be allowed. For a national spatial body like the US, this is partly why immigration, in this context, immigrants from Central and South America, are not only seen as unwelcome, but taking an inappropriate means of entry, lending an extra charge of a queer viral or toxic threat. In the US, anti-Asian acts have been ongoing, particularly during periods of competition or animus between the US and China, if stronger at this political moment. They are part of a toxic scheme of legitimized racism that depends on active legacies of settler colonialism, chattel slavery, and racialized class. During Trump's oversight, COVID became Kung Flu, and Chinese and other Asian people were targeted, including the spectacular mass shooting in Atlanta, which was an attack on stigmatized forms of gendered, raced, and sexualized labor like massage parlors. I and many other Asian Americans have felt something of an embodied sense of terror of violence, a terror that was surely not the same as that ongoing terror felt by Black Americans for centuries in the face of police and white violence, but its own kind of terror. Recently, I had to suggest to my 88-year-old father that he should not take the public streetcar, which he loves. I had just heard that there was a campaign called Slap an Asian that had already badly injured 2 elderly people living in San Francisco. And of course, that information changed me deeply. It has been an opportunity to face the choreography of racial violence in this country anew and to find new ways to solidarity. Our former President Trump, and indeed Bolsonaro, represent a genre of nativism, an investment in white purity, and a right to participate in white violence. Eugenic efforts to augment settler whiteness in the face of a racialized virus becomes utterly defensible in this perspective. It's clear by this logic that the life of some must be extended at the cost of others. In China's case, I understand that Bolsonaro refused one vaccine offered, CoronaVac, in part or primarily because it was produced by a Chinese company, Sinovac. So here I can at the same time disavow Chinese nationalism and obscurantism and a xenophobia that uses blame politics without attending to the possibility of remedy for the Brazilian population. Adding to the complexity, besides a better known history of Japanese immigration, I believe that Chinese were primarily brought into Brazil originally through the Portuguese king, who was trying to bypass the banning of the African slave trade. And so he drew from Portugal-controlled Macau. The histories of Chinese labor in the US also reflect a drive to find forms of indentured labor in the shadow of slavery. This is to say that our histories are and have always been interlocking, and therefore that our struggles must also be interlocking. Some COVID era insults against Chinese Brazilians, much as in the States, have included calling them pests, like invasive species, which need to be removed or returned. We know this so well in the US, and it's an old trope used for nationalist expressions against histories of immigration. And again, to return to sexuality, they are deeply linked to the politics of human and non-human reproduction. Species control has to do not with the mere presence of an individual, but with the potential of that species to regenerate and grow in numbers in a place they are understood to be alien in. The biological discourses about invasive species also borrow from this discourse of purity. What is queer about this? When reproductivity is not welcomed, but instead suspect, we are talking about preferential populations in a place. These queered imaginaries come home with COVID-19, but also with other viral diseases. Zika, which has a presence for about 5 years in Brazil and still occurring most prominently in Bahia. In the case of Zika, the politics of concern are explicitly reproductive, as the people who birth the children are understood to have been affected by Aedes aegypti mosquitoes that themselves can transmit the virus to their own eggs during the growth in the womb. Again, that process is queered. There's the question of not only a poisoning of a national body by such pestilence, but the extended disabling of that national body. That is, there are prevalent disability politics here that are not always easily identified. It is imagined that with more disabled people, the productivity of the nation is compromised. This is a strict understanding of what is meant by productivity that is tied to ableist capitalism, which then becomes a circular logic. Early COVID treatment policy denied ventilators to people with certain disabilities in favor of others who were deemed to have worthier lives. This is instead of, say, the survival of a community in which disabled people play integrally important roles and are simply part of life, worthy life. This can only get accentuated for those who are survivors of COVID right now around the globe, who have very legitimate reasons to anticipate new forms of disability as a practical matter for years to come, perhaps for the rest of their lives. Disability activists have been very busy lately. Now, part 2, Death and Reproductivity, a meditation on necropolitics and the queer or transness of pollution, which I recently considered for an exhibition in Norway, but will also be developing for a volume in trans philosophy. In 1987, at the height of the AIDS epidemic, literary theorist Leo Bersani wrote about the risk of sex in his essay, Is the Rectum a Grave? The apparently viral character of HIV and its linking to gay men in the early epidemiological inquiries in the US were, in retrospect, the confirmation of cis men's role in a biological reproduction that includes rather than excludes viral contagion. So many scholars and artists, however, have helped us consider all of gender and sex's complex entanglements in reproductive and non-reproductive lives and non-lives. I remain entranced by the provocation of scholar Bailey Keir, who, in Interdependent Ecological Transsex, pointed to the intersex frogs that were rumored to result from the presence of endocrine disruptors in their resident waterways. But he rejected the idea that they represent the worst harm one could imagine, as has been said in transphobic environmental activisms. Instead, he asked if the frogs might be the most adaptive of all. After reading this text, my students asked, but can these intersex frogs reproduce in the sense of making more frogs? If they can't reproduce, how can this count as adaptation, which is normally understood as a multi-generational process? I'm tempted to leave normative definitions aside here, not because they're not useful, but because I'm desiring a queerer, undisciplined, multifarious realm of definitions of life and survival. We can glimpse these in anthropologist Eben Kirksey's illustration of the endangered frogs in Sydney, Australia, which have temporarily surged in numbers due to a favorable mix of industrial byproducts from a building site. These are pollutants that, in their broad chemical capacity, actually help to make a rare, nourishing context for their reproduction in this one place. So there are certain couplings that yield particular lives. To consider another seemingly non-reproductive kind in comparison, mules. Both intersex frogs and mules are coupled to the forces of industrialism and farm work, respectively. The need for more chemical environments produces more intersex frogs. The need for more animal vigor produces more mules. Both intersex frogs and mules are, in fact, part of transgenerational life that responds necessarily to its biochemical, multi-species surroundings. I think, too, of the perspectives that affirm the presence of forms of queerness, including queer time, in the survival and continuance of multitudes, satellite to more reductive schemes of reproduction, the aunties who make life possible, after all. So many people living in this contemporary moment inevitably encounter representations of life, understood as desirable and undesirable, that reveal how deeply a necropolitics resides in the charge or mandate to live. The signs of such necropolitics are ever present. In the most recent context of the COVID-19 pandemic, certain phrases commonly used in the US are confounding, even in their seeming transparency. Disproportionate death, inequitable vaccine rates, hesitancy. In the context of the biopolitics of life, inequitable sounds dull when we know that equity is a distant dream for a vast majority of people. Hesitancy is far too easy an indictment of a racialized group of people, in this case, particularly Black and Brown people who have had little reason to trust medical governance. Much of the governmental structuration of debility remains to be mapped. In light of life, let's return to the question of the grave. Bersani's description of the risk of sex pointed directly to the problem of death, staged as the risk of contracting a virus for which no widely available cures or means toward chronic survival existed yet. What is a grave? A marker of death or of loss or of future? A place in the earth, in the soil? A locus for the ash of cremation? A site of concealment for mass deaths, a literal covering over, or quite the opposite, a privatized place for the containment of a body, a coffin that is intended to sustain its context identity as a human individual and inhibit its integration with the earth around it. This marked grave often makes unimaginable the unmarked grave, where lies the difference as well as the interdependency between grievable and ungrievable deaths. Genocide as a structuring process for the state, debility as a means for capital thriving. Finally, is a grave not also a place of activation of reproduction itself, the stage of microcellular drama and rampant animacy, viral life in the rectum that must be presumed for Bressani's grave for human life, yet one for good reason, not so beloved. Pollution, immigration, disease. These can all be treated as forms of virality and are quietly exposed to and use the politics of queering, viral life, inhuman life. What lives are made to falter for others to go on? In considering only the latest and current exertion of virality, COVID-19, and its cultural politics around the globe, we have another regrettable opportunity to consider ways to counteract these truly toxic politics with respect and love for the queered and the queers and crips. And here by crips, I mean beings with disabilities living creatively and with love, that in ways that promise more sustaining ways of life for all. And respect for the queer and crip ways that promise something better, something more loving, something more lively. Thank you.
Obrigada, Mel, pela apresentação.
Thank you, Mel, for your talk. I'd just like to remind our audience who has joined us for the second part of the seminar to send us questions through the question section on YouTube, and I will read your questions at the end after we hear V. Grunwald's talk. I'm going to introduce V now. This is our last presentation, so I hope everyone can now ask questions to all of our guests. V. Grunwald is a Bisha from the north of Brazil, professor of the anthropology department of the Universidade Federal do Rio Grande do Sul and a free body of the activism collective Revolta da Lâmpada. He coordinates the Visual Anthropology Center at UFRGS and the Group of Acknowledgement of Artistic or the Visual Universe at UFRJ and UFRGS, in addition to integrating the Center of Citizenship Anthropology of the last university I mentioned, and several other research groups of Universidade de São Paulo. Also graduated in cinema from the Academia Internacional de Cinema. Vi is a photographer and filmmaker whose academic and artistic works pivots on gender, sexuality, art, image, performance, cinema, and documentary strategies. Welcome, Vi. Welcome. Thank you, Isa. I'm a Bisha undergoing an identification process, white skin, dark hair, wearing acetate glasses. I've just learned from Isa, beige sweatshirt with some red and blue parts and some black dots. On my left-hand side, there's a bookcase, and on my right-hand side, there's a door leading to the rest of my very cold house because it's winter here. So before I start, I'd like to thank Adriano and the organizers of this seminar, Guilherme, Gilfrida, and Anna, for their attention before the seminar, and our interpreters and sign language interpreters, Carlos, and also Mel, for their wonderful presentations. I'm really happy to have Isabella Rigelli as our mediator. So to start this conversation, and I'm going to ask you to please put my presentation up on the screen. Thank you. So to start this conversation, I just want to clarify a couple of things about the title of this talk, more precisely its subtitle. First of all, it sought to emphasize that fact that different to other moments, my focus is not on artistic practices and what they mean and their semiotic character, but what they do, their pragmatic character. Obviously, the meaning and the agency cannot be separated, but looking at one aspect or the other can lead down different ways, as Elsie Lagrue, the anthropologist, emphasized. Secondly, I have to say that the title is partial because art does many things, and I'm just going to talk about one thing that it does, paradoxically going against the intention of the artists themselves. Next, please. The approximation between art, politics, and activism has been my focus as a researcher and an activist body of the Revolta da Lâmpada collective, of which I'm a member, and I've written an article about it in 2019 in Horizontes Antropológicos. Other aspects of the approximation between art and politics as re-existent were developed by the music that is engaged and terrorist music by Linda Quebrada, a research that was part of my postdoc at the anthropology department at the University of São Paulo. Thank you, Eduardo, for changing my slides. And also, as part of this roundtable, art, obscenity, and theory, and queer theory, to which we were invited to take part with Jorge Leite Jr., talking about queer museum, cartography of differences in Brazilian art, and the reflections that I'm going to share here today. This has to do with how the art that deals with gender and sexuality issues has been mobilized by neoconservative people to create a sex-gender crusade. This neoconservative step back, as Lia Zanotto Machado says, has its own historical peculiarity, starting in 2005 and becoming deeper as of 2010 with the growth of the political power and the pro-life movement in the Brazilian parliament, reacting to a secularization process of society and the growth of social movements pro-human rights, and similar movements around the world, each with their own specificities. Political movements around gender identity have social metaphors in a family-centered cis-hetero model, including relationships and practices of people who do not fit into this model. If on the one hand, a specific image of social life comes together with this heterosexual family concept and the expression of normative genders, on the other, art is like a symbolic liaison of threats against morality and becomes a mediator through which many discourses are mobilized in building what Stanley Cohen in 72 called the moral panic, and later was given new meaning as sexual panic by thinkers and activists such as Gail Rubin, Carol Vance, and Jeffrey Weeks. Many controversies changed the gravity of art to fit social patterns that must be followed and observed, moral issues that must be problematized and included, and political groups who, through these disputes, must be strengthened. Queer Museum is an exhibition that is an example of a backdrop that we could see more precisely as sex gender. So they are condensed, including discourses, practices, art, activism, marketing, and religions, as a wide array of social actresses connected to this sector. Initially open to the cultural center, this exhibition closed soon afterwards by the institution itself and without asking the curator, because it contained material that allegedly not only said that sexuality should be a public discussion with serious social effects, but also brought it close to erotic experiences or considered it based on gender experiences that was unacceptable by this normative and police pattern. The name of the exhibition came in with a bang in the political power of many ethics and discussions that were not explicitly engaged of the so-called queer ethics. It's hard not to feel a certain annoyance to see these two words together, queer and museum. And it could be extended to queer and the notion of diversity. But I won't talk about that now because we don't have enough time. In terms of marketing-oriented decisions. A similar case had happened in 2016, when the cultural center of a major telecom company in Rio de Janeiro canceled, after having accepted it for months and a little before it opened, an exhibition by Nan Goldin, the American photographer. Her documentary photographs had historical and artistic value, showing that the people she spent time with had sex, gender dissidence, and sexual stigma. So this cancellation happened because her or his images were not in accordance with the institution's public image. With Queer Museum, this moral veto didn't just come from corporate instances due to attributions and speculations of public judgment that would be raised by the public. And the public is civil society as well as consumers, more specifically. The Porto Alegre exhibition, after being banned, was taken to the Laje Park in Rio de Janeiro and promoted many different stances and questions about the public and political character of the art, as well as morality patterns that it established or imposed by it. Even if dissident bodies had been confined to specific corners of Western artistic representations, different feminist art practices and experiences, queer experiences, or dissident in general, reallocated the body, not only just the body, but dicks, asses, cunts, racialized bodies, gender-specific bodies, and sexualized and pornographed bodies, bodies which, like mine, live with HIV and are therefore, despite the established equation, undetectable, therefore untransmissible, were seen as epidemiologic and also socially contagious. These very same bodies, which at the opening of exhibits were not accepted in the exhibition spaces. I'm saying that because when it opened, there was a demonstration emphasizing a critical position about making the queer art something more docile. At the intervention, flyers were sent from the top of the building to the cultural center with statements denouncing public policies that helped people who were living with HIV, AIDS, and many other things. Those people were thrown out of the museum, making it clear that their bodies that could contaminate everyone didn't have a place there. As later Jr. said, Bart Simpson said to his dad, Homer, that he hates art. And Homer says, everyone hates art. That's why it's always locked in a museum. Apparently, this closing caused by white exhibition cubes doesn't just lock representations everybody hates in their own space, but expel and keeps outside bodies and practices that are seen as inappropriate to their own liturgy. So they meant to purge dissidents despite the celebrated queer notion that the exhibition was bringing forward. Another case was by Wagner Schwartz, an exhibition from the 26th of September 2017 at the Museum of Modern Art in São Paulo in celebration of the 35th Panorama de Arte Brasileira. This scandal happened because of a video with an inflammatory text during which a child touched the leg of the performer who was naked and was inspired by Lydia Clark's animal sculptures, and it was supposed to be an object with whom the audience was supposed to interact. A little after the publication of the video, political actors had already talked from the Free Brazil movement, had pronounced themselves saying that the piece was repulsive, unacceptable, and a crime. And a congressman called people who were involved bastards and said the installation was an act of pedophilia. The fact that pedophilia had already been included in the Queer Museum case, this argument became even bigger. I won't go into any detail about that now. For the purposes of this presentation, I'd like to draw your attention for an MBL publication on social media. They ask, are they using cultural events to turn children into erotic objects. What is the next step? Well, they create public policy to induce childish erotic images as well. So look at the focus. They're using it to make children into erotic objects and incite pedophilia. What I'd like to emphasize is not that culture as an active focus of disputes, but different regimens of morality that should be accepted or fought. But the trajectory suggested by what MBL said, saying that the second step would be to inadvertently create public policies based on the same morality regimes that should not be accepted. So it's a type of political action that operates based on what Lucas Bugarelli called Facebook fights when he referred to digital activism that we see in social media. The days following the problem about Schwartz's installation happened during the TV show Meetings with Fatima Bernardes. Andrea Orta defended the freedom of expression in the arts and said that the performance had nothing to do with the moral crusade that was suggested. However, a lady in the audience called Regina asked for the floor and opposed what the actress was saying that was degrading, and the type of content the performance contained was unacceptable. In a few hours, many pages of social media could be seen, and also WhatsApp groups, an image with large letters saying, pedophilia is not art. The Museum of Modern Art case is good food for thought to think about these practices that mobilizes neoconservative groups, and it is done through social media. Lastly, the last case I'd like to share with you involves O Evangelho segundo Jesus, Rainha do Céu, which was performed by trans cross-dresser Renata Carvalho. Jo Clifford, a trans woman and a Catholic, was originally performed the play, but it toured Brazil and it was stopped from being performed due to municipal decrees so many times that it was canceled, bringing trans bodies close to the problems that Jesus went through. That was performed by Viviane Belboni, and during the 19th LGBTI Pride Parade in São Paulo in 2015, paraded on a cross on top of one of the floats. It led to public indignation and many responses by religious or neoconservative groups. Right after the parade, the actress had to explain her performance. That came and was sent to the public prosecutor's office by evangelical churches in the state that argued that the actress had violated Article 218 of the Criminal Code, disturbing religious cults.
Some of the artwork in the museum were seen as blasphemic because they used Christian symbols, but religious, activist, political, and art issues reached another level in the Evangelho segundo Jesus play that is a theater play that highlights Christian ideals, loving your brother, it focused on charity and compassion, but it was considered offensive enough because the protagonist was a cross-dresser artist. These protests included demonstrations in front of the theater, texts, articles in gospel websites, posts on social media. The actress was prosecuted. There was pressure on the executive branch, and there were many legal lawsuits that, as far as I can see, what is less problematic can be seen as censorship. If the performance in the Museum of Modern Art showed some political action that would operate in social media mainly, in the play directed by Natalia Malo, we see that the state, through its different devices and procedures, becomes fully operational. The play was often cancelled, suspended, called off, and it also went through embargoes and judicial reports. The spectacle was what we researchers have been thinking about from an activism standpoint. Art, politics, aesthetics, and ethics were intrinsically tied. The play was about trying to comprehend violent processes and resistance processes to which cross-dressers and trans people are constantly subject to. As Boaventura de Souza Santos said, quote, whenever politics becomes judicial, whenever courts, when developing their regular functions, have to significantly change political actions, one can't deny that politics is being increasingly judicialized from a determined moral and gender/sex approach. Religious segments of our society want to consolidate human rights and tie those to the progressist agenda. This agenda is constant matter of dispute, and it's used by this neoconservative front so as to block inclusive initiatives and to promote legal systems that would bring forth their own agenda and that would consolidate their own values. As Sergio Carrara stated in the 2000s, as we fight for new rights and as we look at the constitutions, a new sexual morale has been designed, shedding a light on these new, quote, dangerous subjects, as opposed to respectable citizens, those who truly deserve, because of their moral qualifications, being integrated into society. But in the late 20 or in the early 2020s, rather, these respectable citizens, according to their own morale that comprises sexuality, gender, and different religious conceptions, start claiming their own rights and making use of different legal procedures to make sure their values are defended so that they don't do away with the standard they stand for. These debates are underqualified if we think of those as sheer disputes of representation on a sex-generic morality. Before the political action fellows comes to play, this dispute is the very first step of a more comprehensive process that aims at not only explaining social problems from moral panic, but also at using these discourses so that they can produce, on the one hand, public policies that are fine-tuned with these, quote, traditional values or Christian values, and on the other hand, maybe used as the foundation for legal procedures that can be seen as privileged for the mediation of social dispute. As Butler suggests, we should think of norms that are established by visual and narrative approaches. And as many studies argue, in Brazil, social movements have emerged as response to this articulation that at least since the 70s have been redesigning these social subjects' visibilities in the political arena. In the analysis of this political dispute, according to what they called gender ideology, we see that this initial panic regarding the topic started at the Catholic clergy that were later adopted by the evangelic sector in Brazil, which has been the main spokesperson of this sex-generic moral crusade. Marco Aurelio Prado calls that the anti-gender crusade. It's interesting to see that a Catholic press of literary productions assessed the Queer Museum exhibit In an article on their website, this exhibit is seen as an art fair where we can see, quote, changing art, which sense would be to highlight what is beautiful and highlight the human spirit with transcendent value that gives sense to life. After reporting these images of the exhibition as being pornography, pedophilia, zoophilia, and beast-like artwork, the author that signs the text as a professor, who would arguably be a mechanics engineering doctor, PhD by the UNASP University, states that the Christian reaction to that can no longer be accepted. They can no longer stay shut up in the face of such absurds. This professor's text raises this Christian critical awareness and their ability to mobilize their community. It says that if we can't accept this any longer, then we can't be at a passive approach. And we have to think of initiatives so as to change the state of stuff that, according to his own diagnosis, do no longer work and do not stem from their values any longer. He calls that anti-values. Whether we're looking at the queer criticism bias or not, it's important to highlight that when it comes to pornography and according to literature, sexuality in the West can't be represented without a close dialogue or indirect dialogue with Christian region. If we look at the Renaissance paintings that are approved by church, if we look at the French literature from the 19th century, if we see Pedro Acosta performance in the 21st century, when we think of sexuality and gender in art, we can no longer dissociate those when we are to debate the influence of Christianity in those fields. In 2006, another Brazilian artist, Marcia X, was also accused due to the pictures on her performance, which was called Drawing with these artifacts so as to draw dicks. This artwork was part of the exhibit called Erotica, the Senses of Art. When religious protests threatened to shut down this exhibit, they decided to remove this artwork from the exhibit and shut it down completely. It was originally to be exhibited in different capitals in the country. So there's a liberal take on diversity. The artwork market is also a business that is also important to take into account. Now, it seems to me that under the Brazilian contemporary scenario, way beyond social or anthropologic theory, we have to think of the role of art and how important it is to reflect upon art, politics, and morality, and the way these issues crisscross with social markers such as gender, sexuality, and religion. As mentioned by Michel Bouzon in his conference during the 43rd annual meeting of the ANPOC's, morale and panic is no longer panic when it's used as an instrument or a political instrument. We have to consider these art statements and their practices as a place of a dispute that can lead us towards new ways so we can build new relationships in the public space. Under the contemporary scenario, this is an important operation through which it can be used to change not only social, but also public policies and legal systems. Thank you.
Obrigada.
Thank you very much. Thank you, V, for your presentation. I loved your final slide. I also want to voice my thanks to the other speakers we heard from. This was a very pleasant afternoon, and these discussions were very important for us at MASP. We have learned a great deal. It was very good to be able to hear to your stories. This was a unique moment for us, and I believe I speak on behalf of all the team and on behalf of the audience who's now watching us. We did receive some questions from our audience. They have sent those in writing on YouTube. I'm going to read those for you. These questions can be answered by one or more panel members. So feel free to chime in if you have any comments regarding those questions.
Eu queria começar, enfim, tentando resumir, né? Acho que a gente falou sobre muitas questões, como
panel members touched on different issues. We talked about archives. During the morning, a lot was said about archives in the morning. And then Nicola and Carlos Mota also touched on the virus, on archives, pardon me. And then Mel touched on the pandemic. This is a very current, ongoing debate, which is truly pivotal. Now, that's especially important for us in Brazil because the pandemic is totally out of control in the country. So this is a great opportunity for us to discuss that. And then finally, Vi mentioned quite a few important things. They talked about the way all those issues are intertwined with art and the way conservative groups have been responding to this artwork and to the visibility that is now increasingly being given to these artists. All right, so moving on to our questions. The first one is a question we got, and this one goes to Nicola. I will read this person's name. This is the person that identifies as BHB. What about LGBTQIA plus documents? Documents of those who have been prosecuted in Argentina. Do you keep track of those documents? Do you archive those documents? Does the government have those? Who do those documents belong to? In Brazil, we do not have an institutional policy on the memories of the dictatorship period. There are many society groups that are asking for us to go back to dictatorship. So, well, that has to do with V's comments too. So this was a question to Nicola. I'll give you a few minutes. We are a bit late, so we're running out of time. So if you can be as brief as possible, we'll be able to address questions to all our speakers. Thank you.
Acho que o seu microfone está mudo, Nicolau.
Respondo ahora, ¿no? Sí.
I'll answer now. Currently, in Argentina, there are many institutional preservation actions of memory. It's important to highlight how the archive policies also respond to certain stories or histories that have been revalued or seen as the official histories. People who work in institutions who dedicate to preserve material produced during the dictatorship related to activisms or LGBTQ activisms, or not only that, but other queer movements that are not included here. See, there are some lags, some are gaps, some are institutional proposals that are very institutionalized. They do publications and organize congresses. And in the last 6 years, they have organized an increasingly serious and strong policy to build these archives. But then we have experiences like the one I showed you, that also propose the problems not only for the history of diversity or the queer history, but also propose or highlight problems for the archive itself, which is materials that are in personal collections, artifacts that, as I show you with the flyers or other initiatives, that are political fictions of things that never existed, or great movements that were convened by 2 or 3 individuals. So this is something interesting to rescue, how there's an entire sphere of material in terms of counterculture that question a bit the political programs that some activisms instituted at transparent and pristine rhetoric about diversity and inclusion. These other experiences reject all certain processes of category making, or resist or try to escape from institutional inclusion. So many of these pieces are in archives that have very particular or peculiar formats. For example, collectors. These are people that don't think they are archivists, but they are compulsive accumulators. And they lie when they give interviews about their actions. Sometimes they have all the materials, but they don't know anything. And some can talk about them orally. So this set of experiences, in addition that some are in some institutional, very valuable policies, for example, in sexual protesting in Argentina, linked to the left-wing movements, there are some experiences that are trying to continue to dismantle this transparent apparatus. So these objects have a double meaning of critical resonance in narrative and institutional.
Thank you, Nicola. So, still on these archives and how to build these narratives based on archives that go through what you said. You know, people don't remember anything about it, or sometimes these archives are all over the place. They haven't really been preserved. So I have a question to Carlos Mota about your presentation and how you've been working with museum collections, especially ethnographic collections and objects that have representations of relationships that don't fit into a white colonial heteronormative relations. Carlos, how does that research work take place? How do you talk to institutions that have these objects? Is there a way that your work can bring new perspectives based on the histories of these relations and based on your experiences while you were researching for this work? Were institutions interested in expanding these histories so that they would have writings on the wall or captions or educational material? Could you talk a little bit about your research to do that work?
Gracias, Isabella. In relationship to the collection, so the first thing that I started to discover early on was that there is a great deafening silence around collecting things that were not sanctioned by the social sciences and that pertain to history with a capital H as it is understood. And I started to encounter stories of censorship and violent censorship around some of these objects, to the extent that many of these objects have never been publicly displayed in most of the anthropological museums. Also legends or myths around the destruction of some of these objects that were too sexual for the taste of the anthropologist or archaeologist who found them. Somebody at the Museum of Anthropology in Mexico City told me about a fairly conservative anthropologist who decided to knock off with a little hammer all the erect penises from the sculptures. And apparently there is some vault in the museum that is like a box full of penises. I don't know if these things are true or not, but they are indicative of the spirit around the narration that has been constructed around some of these objects that were made by pre-Hispanic cultures in the Americas. So that was actually something that I was more interested in addressing, the ways in which there has been a primacy of narratives around questions of the body, desire, and pleasure when it pertains to these objects that are often framed in relationship to questions that have to do with nature or astronomy, fertility of the earth, things that not necessarily engage with what some of these objects necessarily depict. Of course, these knowledges have been greatly mediated by violence of erasure themselves, so it is never really simple to understand what kind of categories of knowledge were used to describe them and catalog them. There are just a few museums that have these pieces in display that I have been able to visit, like Museo Lacro in Lima, Peru, but most of the objects that are in display in that museum are heterosexual sexual encounters, or understood as heterosexual sexual encounters. So the interesting part for me was to think about how this erasure of knowledges has only been really approached by academics who have a keen interest in this topic. So for example, the work of Pete Siegel, who is at Duke University, is one of great interest to me, because Pete Siegel has really delved into understanding the kind of institutional restrictions that have limited the ways in which we can interpret some of this material. But as I said in my presentation, again, I'm not really a historian, so I don't feel I'm trained to address these topics from the perspective of an accurate reading of the representation. I was more interested in understanding how the museum has also constructed and promotes an aesthetic category that is also a colonial import. How decisions around display legitimize certain narratives. The design of my installation, for example, is directly in conversation with these aesthetic categories of display. Dark rooms, dim lighting, backlit objects, things in pedestals, things like that. And by inserting these new objects or reconfigured, reinterpreted objects into this kind of aesthetics of display represented a way for me to give them a kind of fabricated legitimacy for the person who encounters them. The Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City did acquire one edition of this work, and I have already presented it at that museum. That was an incredible achievement for the work, because the Metropolitan Museum of Art is an encyclopedic museum that houses some related objects. A conversation with the curators there is to eventually, at some point, date and define, present my installation in relationship to other objects. And that is something that would be interesting, because it would provide the opportunity to see a critical take on the ways in which the institution has normatively categorized this based on those very fixed categories of history that we are seeking to contest.
Muito obrigada, Carlos, pela sua resposta.
Thank you, Carlos, for your answer. I have a few more questions for Mel. We're running a bit late, so we're going to go up to 4:20 roughly. I have a question for Mel. I'm going to read it. It's a question that, let me see if I can translate the question. Please forgive me if I get it wrong, but Julia Brian Wilson wants to know if you see any feeling close to homophobia, something close to this homophobic rhetoric that is close to this anti-Asian feeling. Mel, do you see a close relationship between those two things I mentioned? I hope I was able to translate the question into English, from English into Portuguese and back into English again.
Thank you so much. I just want to really thank all of the presenters and very much the translators and interpreters. I'm so grateful for your making it possible for me to attend and also to listen. It's such beautiful works of art that you are doing for this session to be possible. So I think in answer to the question, I do think there are strong resonances between what we would traditionally have understood as homophobia and the question of anti-Asian sentiment, which is a very vague term and takes many different forms. And I think we're still trying to understand, what the current forms are beyond what, beyond what people who experience this kind of sentiment or those who perpetrate it, and the field of Asian American studies is prepared to do right now. I think that, as my talk tried to outline, the question of kind of a anti-queer feeling is already quite blurry and partakes in bodily and intimate politics that can't help but ensnare other forms of human difference and also non-human difference. I think when we're talking about intimate politics, I'm thinking here also about each of the talks today spoke in some ways to the politics of repulsion and of disgust in relation to queer bodies, queer and trans bodies. And I think that is very intimately linked then to the histories of immigration and repulsion of immigration in relation to Asian bodies in the United States. But I think this is very widespread. It's not really specific to the United States in this way. These are dynamics that we can say are quite common globally, even if they have a very specific life in every geopolitical space. So yes, I do feel that these dynamics are deeply intertwined, even when it becomes important politically to identify the very specific character and the very specific populations that they touch. Thank you.
Obrigada, Mel. Eu vou então seguir para a última pergunta.
Thank you, Mel. So we'll move on to the last question to V. Grunwald. We have a few questions. V, at the start of your talk, you mentioned the difference between queer and the term diversity. So could you elaborate on those differences? And I'll ask you a second question, which is about the following. In the 90s, HIV was the subject matter for many art pieces. So they want to know how you see that debate in the current art output. Could you talk about those two things? And we'll conclude our seminar after that. Thank you. Well, thank you, Isabella. I also want to thank everyone like Mel did. Thank you. It's been wonderful to be here with you. So in answer to the questions, when I mentioned that, I was trying to be provocative, you know, when I compared queer and diversity. I was thinking about Euderquis Espinosa Mendoza, an African Caribbean feminist. She's an important part of decolonial feminist movement. She talks about diversity and the presuppositions of that diversity that comes from a liberal theory. You know, how much energy comes from sexual dissidence and how it fits into the market, social life. So let me make a very weak comparison, but it might help us understand. One day, I saw an advert for trans people in a law firm, and the advert said, "We are hiring trans people. You need to speak English and you need to have 5 years experience." So they definitely don't want to hire a trans person. You know, it just presupposes that we're all equal, that we've all had the same opportunities. People who are not cis, you know, it's different. This diversity is diverse. Depending on people's bodies, they are in very different places. They are not just one more person. And taking those social hierarchies into account is important. That goes beyond this idea of diversity that considers everyone to be equal. So it's about queer ethics and not just about queer theory. It's almost like we have a radical politics about the place these people occupy in the social world they inhabit. And queer theory came as a criticism to this inherent normative thing that was part of gay and lesbian studies that were assimilating gay and lesbian identities, and trans people were already excluded based on the theories of diversity. I'm not saying we shouldn't use the term diversity. I'm not trying to demonize that term, but we need to think about it and how the idea of diversity came from a place that excluded people. So a regime that doesn't question heterosexuality and or to change cis heteronormative theories, bringing financial gains to companies, you know, social responsibility, quote unquote, and so on and so forth. So we need to occupy those places, but we need to think about how we're occupying them. And queer, I think, brings about that debate, but diversity doesn't. So I was slightly bothered by that, but that's the reason why. Anyway, I'll be very, very brief. I just want to touch on artists that were working with HIV, AIDS. There are many aspects to this question, but Felix Gonzalez Torres is an artist in the US. Pedro Emabel is an artist that I love, and Rafael França here in Brazil. Felix Gonzalez Torres, billboards, and the video by Rafael França, they all think about what feminists have been saying since the 70s. Issues that are not private. Deaths are not private. Billboards aren't private. You know, an unmade bed of his partner who died. You know, it's a very intimate place, but it's being made public. So there were questions that came from ACT UP, Silence People's Death. What does it mean to make that public, to put it in the public space? But we put it out there and kind of solved the visibility of HIV/AIDS issues. But we are living through an HIV/AIDS pandemic, but it's silent, it's quiet, because the development of technologies have allowed us not to talk about that anymore. People have continued to live life without talking about it. So these are artistic, activistic topics that play around with that. And some collectives' works don't necessarily go into a museum, but they have installations, performances. There are many collectives that somehow work with expressions, performances to provide new meaning to art in the public place. I don't know if I answered the question. It's a very broad question, but I'll stop here because I've gone over my time already. Thank you so much, Isabella. Thank you all so much. Thanks for everyone who joined us during this seminar. I want to thank all of our speakers for sharing their thoughts with us, for answering questions. And I would also like to take this opportunity to invite you to join us tomorrow. The continuation of this seminar will start at 11 a.m. Brazil time. We'll have Luisa Ferreira Lima, Olivia Ki-Young, Luisa Bruna from the Mesha Group, and Patrick Johnson, Virginia de Medeiros, Fabio Jungo, Erica Sarmet, and I hope to see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. Thanks.
Muito obrigado, Isa.
Obrigada.